Hello, fellow star stuff. Hello, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. I'm not supposed to be streaming today. I'm not supposed to be streaming today. I'm not supposed to be streaming this late in general. But here I am. It kind of feels a little bit old school because I've been trying to stick to like 7 p.m. But here I am at almost 10. At almost 10. So we'll be here for a little bit. But yes, I am here today with an impromptu stream, and we are going to be streaming. We're going to be streaming The Moon Looks Beautiful Tonight, Definitive Edition. Definitive Edition. Yeah. So I've had the day of all time. I've had the day of all time today. So I feel chatty, and I'd feel chatty, but also at the same time, just like a lot of stuff happened, and like the cherry on top of it, I guess, is like Doggo is feeling a little bit sick, just a little bit, just a tad, but I'm like watching over her, and it's like, well, I don't know, I don't feel tired. I don't feel tired. I'm likely not to go to bed tonight. I don't know what's gonna happen. So this game came out literally today, and I had it wishlisted from some like reposts that had happened on Blue Sky. And it came out today, and it's free. It's free. And I was like, well, you know what? I want something that is going to potentially just something to feed the soul, you know? I mean, it might destroy my soul at the same time. It's supposed to be very emotional, I think. It's like, I want something to feed my soul, you know? So I wanted to play this game today. It's outside of the usual 2 games that I'm playing usually. So yes, this is I don't know a ton about this game. I looked it up on how long to beat. It said an hour and a half, so I'm gonna plan for like 3 hours for this stream. And I don't know, in the options, right? Hold on, I can go to options, preferences. It says after choices. So I guess it's a choice-based game. You can make choices, yippee, wahoo. And it says voice volume. I don't know if that's gonna be like a little blurb excerpts like you know, like those sorts of things, or if it's gonna be actual like full or partial voice acting. I don't know, we'll see what that looks like. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what this is about. It has beautiful artwork, even just like from this you can tell, but also like the screenshots that I saw like on Steam and on Blue Sky, they were really nice. So I wanted to play some more of this, or play some of this today. And there's also a little bunny. There's a little bunny on the moon. Yes, I think that's about it. I'm here for a chill time. As you can probably tell, I'm a little frazzled. So it's like, I'm here for a chill time. Might make me cry towards the end, who knows? Hopefully not. But yes, let's get started. Hopefully everything is okay. 11 months ago, an unparalleled terrestrial catastrophe known as the Megaterrestrial Impact Scenario, MTIS, reshaped our understanding of the Earth-Moon relationship and our dynamics of the solar system. Today, we look back on this world-shattering event and the scientific research that followed to appreciate its lasting impact. The sheer force generated by the MTIS ejected the moon from the Earth's gravitational pull, thrusting it into a new orbit as it drifted further away from its original home. Well, that sounds bad. I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but that sounds bad. This shift led to a significant alterations in lunar gravity, causing a cascade in geological disruptions, such as moonquakes, resulting in surface damage visible to the naked eye. In the aftermath of the ejection, the moon began to interfere with the gravitational balance of other celestial bodies in its path. The lunar body posed the potential threat of being captured by another planet's gravity or causing imbalance in the gravitational fields of nearby celestial bodies. The initial death toll... Whoa. Whoa, that was loud. Turn it down just like a tad. The initial death toll was deceptively minimal due to the initial impact in the Pacific. However, the ensuing tsunamis and seismic events... This one is really loud, yeah. Hold on. Turn this, like, I don't know, like right here maybe? Yeah, yeah, that'll be fine. I could turn it down on my end as well. However, the ensuing tsunamis and the seismic events resulted in the death of an estimated 1.94 billion people, and the numbers steadily mount as the world struggles to reshape itself. The equivalent of 231.75 trillion USD has been spent on rescue and relocation attempts alone. The impact on the Earth's surface and the significant rerouting of the moon's trajectory even sent shockwaves through the fragile equilibrium of our solar system. Perhaps the most devastating effect was the cessation of Dr. Rain's revolutionary research. Hello, Black Blue. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you've been doing well. There's some drop frames. That's interesting. There's drop frames. There's never been drop frames. Ever. Well, there's that one time, but that doesn't count. Interesting. All right, it's back now. Anyway, I hope you've been doing well, Black Blue. Welcome on in. All right. As the Earth's own ability to sustain itself dwindled, the resources generated by the technology she integrated within the moon itself have been pivotal. What efforts haven't been spared to repair Earth itself have been spent developing mechanisms to pull the moon back into orbit. In light of Dr. Rain's 89th birthday and recent passing, we reflect on her admirable belief that despite the catastrophic interplane, piece of junk. Dr. Rain's 89th birthday. Rose keeps her eyes closed as she listens to Violet curse under her breath. She doesn't need to look to see what Violet's doing. Okay, so like a third-person narrator, and also in present tense. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, I've been good. Hope you've been good as well. I have been all right. Doggo's a little sick today, and I'm stressed. And I have dropped frames for the first time in a billion years, and that's, it's certainly one of the days of all time. But I want to play this game because it looks very cool and interesting. So, Rose keeps her eyes closed as she... Yes, I read this. There's shuffling, then a small click of Violet extracting a tool from her belt to tinker with the module. This makes the 4th time this month this has malfunctioned, and Violet refuses to accept that the both of them already know that the machine is too far past its prime, and eventually they're going to have to let it give up the ghost. Rose is too tired to start an argument with Violet over it, especially when the conversation will inevitably end up veering toward topics Rose isn't trying to bring up. When I think about general Yuri in space, I think about the big one, which is Signalis. I don't know anything about Signalis except the Yuri, maybe, I don't know, possibly. I don't know if it's like a dead world or in space or I don't know. But it's like, I think of something adjacent to that. I know it's that sort of game. But we need to work, Violet would say, as if what they needed make a difference. Don't you like it? I sure as hell do. Keeps the mind intellectually stimulated. I bet, Rose thinks, feeling that old sliver of resentment. Irrational resentment. She doesn't begrudge Violet for her eagerness for any sliver of news from Earth. Violet has friends and family she cares about that she worries desperately about. Rose just wishes Violet would be honest about it, the way she used to be. Rose doesn't open her eyes because she can imagine the rapt urgency on Violet's face. She can imagine Violet hiding it as soon as she notices Rose looking. Yes, Violet used to be more honest about this sort of thing. Before the moon exploded. Sure, Rose liked the receiver, essentially a glorified VRC. Even if she'd already listened to all her favorite books 10 times over, even if the device was just a reminder of her job here, the futile upkeep of technology a decade older than their time, the voice was nice. She liked that she could change what it sounded like, that she could turn the dials to make the pitch higher or cadence lower. You could almost pretend that there was someone there besides the two of them. I think it was a spaceship in Signalis. Okay, that's good to know. It's like, I don't know anything about Signalis. I'm probably never going to play it, to be honest. Because I don't do well with horror games. So, but I know, as like it's something adjacent to that. Like, I don't know. It feels very devoid, like some sort of place like that. Although there might have been a planet at some point. I see. Even with her eyes closed, she could tell that Violet hasn't moved, that she's still tethered to the side of the wall, muttering to herself and tugging on wires. Rose sighs through her nose, undoes the straps holding her to her bed, and gets up. Okay, so... this should be Rose, right? Yeah, this would be Violet. Yeah, I think so. But hey, Violet, you're up early. She didn't laugh. Sleep well? Mm-hmm. Good. She gives Rose a pat on the shoulder that lingers for a second less than usual. I like it. I like these like sort of vibes of it. Oh, I accidentally went back, I guess. Good. Oh, okay. So I can use the scroll wheel as well. Actually, why am I not freaking using my controller that works with this game? why am I not doing that? Here? Yeah. All right, cool. Even if you don't play it, you should at least watch someone else play it. The story is really good. I hear that, yeah. And eventually I should. It's just like it feels it's so scary. It's like at some point it's like I could probably just like hide part of the screen and then kind of look away, and it's like I'm sure I could get through the game because I hear it's a good story. I think I might compare it to 1000 Times Resist Good. Yeah, I think I've heard that as well, where it's like they're also very similar for probably the obvious reasons of Yuri, but also like probably like some other reasons as well, I bet. So I do love this art style. It's great. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I love it. So you can see like the vitals and like temperatures as well. Okay. Seriously, the sort of crap we have to work with here. You think they'd have thought to given us some more entertainment, just in case. They'll be stranded in space forever, so let's make sure they got a few good books at least. Not forever. Can you hand me the wire cutters? They should be in the 4th bag, from the left. Rose nods, though Violet has turned away anyhow, and floats to the side of the cabin. Compared to Violet, Rose is awful at telling what things go to which identical unlabeled containers. The last of their dry erase markers gave up weeks ago. So they're stranded in space, I believe. Yeah. And I don't know, I just love the visual of like the moon being like slightly partially destroyed, you know? It's very cool. Do I want to leave the volume as it is right now? It should be fine. I know that one song was like very, very loud. It's like, I don't know. I'll put it up to like right here. There you go. Found it. Here you go. Violet nods wordlessly in thanks. Rose watches Violet work. She's meticulous, straightforward, diligent, and good at what she does. Like, really good. Even in training, she'd been so determined to get out of moon maintenance and on to more illustrious projects. Hydroponic our agriculture on Mars, or the Jupiter mission, to name a few. Rose had just been happy to leave gravity for the stars. That's fair. That's real. Mission accomplished. If we ever get off here, I'm sure Violet can get any assignment she wants. She washed her hair today. I can smell the shampoo from here. It's the same shampoo Rose uses in theory, but smells so different on Violet. Violet's hands strip insulation off wires with practiced ease. She rips off unnecessary odds and ends, slipping them into her pouch. Sweat beads off her scalp, her back turned to Rose. Nobody speaks. They used to make conversation over this sort of thing. There we go. Violet snaps her tools back into her belt. The screen shudders once, twice, and then comes back to life. The transmission's still playing. Rose can hear the relief in her voice. She doesn't understand how Violet can still manage to get excited for these. For the first few weeks after MTIS, any communication from Earth was a lifeline. They both used to sleep in front of the receiver, Violet fretting over the alignment of the antennae. It took a while for them to accept that the antennae weren't the problem. But none of these transmissions are anything new, and Violet, deep down, probably knows this. They're all the same platitudes and echoing reassurances, all those empty words for one simple message. We still remember you. We're still here. We're still so far away. But whatever, Rose can honor Dr. Rain's memory and listen along. She starts preparing breakfast as the static breaks, taking out the little tasteless cube things from the label drawers in the wall. She's never been a fan, but it's food, and at least it doesn't taste like what it's made of. It hums a little harder as she shoves them into the oven, sets the temperature and time on, and starts rehydrating their food. This are from the moon. I don't know. Violet slams her hand down on the screen one more time. It jitters. Okay, there we go. Scientific community continues to develop predictive models for the ongoing ramifications of this unprecedented event. Rose pulls their so-called food from the oven and sharply recoils when it scalds her skin. Clicking her tongue, she lets it cool mid-air as she watches the monitor from over Violet's shoulder. Violet is nice enough to let her. Our hope is that through this research we will safeguard against future terrestrial catastrophes. Perhaps the most pressing of our research concerns efforts in further concerns. Concerns efforts. There we go. I was like, what am I reading? Perhaps the most pressing of our research concern efforts in further exploration and space retrieval as two brave frontiersmen still remain on the moon to this day, collecting data, communicating with Earth, and maintaining Dr. Rain's technology so that it may be used again someday soon. So that's us. That's us. Oopsie daisy. Interesting that it's being narrated in the third person. It's been a while since I've seen a game do that. Yeah, exactly. It's like this, and also present tense, where it's like, I don't know if I've ever seen like the both of them being used ever in a video game. In a video game format, I don't think so, actually. It's very rare. It's very neat. We put forth Dr. Rain's heartfelt message from us on Earth to those in space. No matter how vast the distance between us, know that you are not alone out there. Good night, everyone. The transmission clicks off. Rose reads the final timestamp. The broadcast aired exactly 2 hours and 42 minutes ago. When they first went up here, the transmission took 10 minutes to reach them. It's taking longer and longer. And the faltering playback, the static, most of it isn't the receiver's fault. And Violet knows it too. She's quiet for a while, staring at the machine. They called us frontiersmen. Violet's depressed. Once again, the broadcast has the usual hollow promises, not even a message from Nova or anything. Secretly, Rose is surprised that they keep sending them. There's little response from ground control not just mark them deceased and abandon them. There's little reason, rather. The heart be damned. On Earth, there are other geniuses, better solutions. The two of them are just the maintenance crew. It's probably why Violet still gets excited for these, why these transmissions are still a glimmer of hope for her, though she knows, same as Rose does, what they're going to say. And if these transmissions ever stopped... Rose clears her throat, and Violet turns. It's mango flavor today. Figured I'd break out the good stuff. We deserve it, don't you think? Thanks. To her credit, Violet doesn't flinch when her fingers brush Rose's, and she picks at her food with intent. Rose hooks her feet into the wall beside her, scraping through the condensed slop. There's one thing I want to check. And it's like, I think probably not, because it fits in with the aesthetic. No. There's no option to slightly change the font a little bit. Or make the font a tad little bigger. And like, I'm not complaining about anything about this game, because again, this game is free. This game is literally free. What is there to complain about? But it's like, I wanted to check just in case. Just in case. Tab back into the game. They'd have to start rationing flavor packets. And though the heart could generate nigh limitless amounts of mineral gruel, Rose wasn't really looking forward to sustaining herself on it for the rest of her life. Violet swallows it down quickly before pushing herself forward, tossing Rose a nod as she floats by. But seriously, thanks. It's great. Compliments to the chef. It's not like I... Yeah. Violet waves her hand dismissively. I'm throwing you a bone here, the motion says. Rose watches as Violet scrapes the residuals of her meal off into the recycling. Rose appreciates the gesture. But for Rose, it isn't enough. Okay, so he's sleeping like 2 bunks. Rose likes working in the dark. Not that she enjoys being unable to see. In fact, it's remarkably unsafe up here. But this is the one place she can escape from the fluorescent lights, the one place closest to home. If Rose ignores the blinking dots of the machinery, she can imagine she's in her garage, messing with wood rather than scrap metal, with her flashlight wedged between her shoulders. She can hear the heartbeat in her ears. When all she can see is her personal little corner of space, the vast emptiness up here feels a little smaller, a little less overwhelming. The complex machinery, Violet's disappointed gaze, and the strangeness of her situation all dissipate under the gentle shroud of darkness. It's comforting. She grabs one of the tools floating around in midair, feels its shape, and grabs a different one. The discarded tool spins in its wake. She presses the tip of her welding gun against the fragile, bright-colored metal, then pulls back sharply. She sucks on her thumb, hastily grabbing tape to finish the job one-handed before unplugging the welding gun. It sails through the air, rapidly cooling. Rose is too preoccupied with the results of her labor to pay much attention to it. She tapes on her final touches and tosses the thing into the air, watching it as it somersaults twice before settling on its trajectory, lazily circling the cabin. Rose lounges back into the air. For all the inconvenience and worry that comes from being stranded in space, there's a reason she used to dream about making it here. The heart hums all around her, its influence shining through the screens in gentle palpitations as the lights flicker back on. More than anything else, Rose had known down on Earth, it feels motherly. No, wait, that wasn't the right word. The protection the heart has provided was many things, grounding, sustaining, life-giving, but motherly. Rose sighs deeply, glancing out at the expanse of stars. She once found the sight incomprehensibly breathtaking. Now she holds the same weight in her mind as a sunrise from her bedroom window. Comfortingly familiar, ultimately unremarkable, beautiful. She wouldn't mind waking up to this for the rest of her. Hey, Rose, you in there? Rose fumbles through the air, clawing for her creation to little avail. It bumps against her fingertips, turning over on itself as it floats merrily away and right into Violet's face as she unseals the door. Didn't see you there. How are... Look at these two. And that's the bunny. That's the little bunny on the moon. Aw. She trails off, watching helplessly as Violet plucks it from space. Her face shifts from its usual awkward stare to a frown. So you're working on origami? Okay. So you're working on the machine, the thing that is keeping us alive, and you're working on origami, which is fair. But that's probably what I want to do in this situation too. Can you imagine being in space? Being in space, which I've done many a time, but could you imagine being in space specifically to make origami? I don't know, I think that would be fun. That'd be kind of nice. She trails off, watching helplessly as Violet plucks it from the space. Her face shifts from its usual awkward expression to a frown. Rose notes bitterly that Violet looks unsurprised. What's this? Her expression belies any genuine inquiry in her voice. Well, it's supposed to be a bunny, but it doesn't look like one, does it? I mean, a figure of a bunny, not a real one, obviously. So... It really is just like girl fail, ex girl boss. You can see it. You can see the dynamic there. Okay. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and get a wish. Your comment has nothing to do with it actually, but something about reading that reminded me of To the Moon, which is an older game. And To the Moon has a character who makes a lot of origami bunnies, and it's like, but yes, is that like I think it's a general like saying, right? So, Violet looks at her, tired and incredulous. Rose rubs her neck, biting back useless attempts to smooth the situation over. She can tell what Violet will say even before she speaks. I'm not going to even bother asking what this could be good for. You don't need me to tell you what your time is better spent doing. I know you love your activities, but using up resources, come on now. What you do on your own time is your own business, but we don't have the extra materials to spare for arts and crafts. You know that. It's just a bit of extra metal plating, hardly the difference between life and death. Oh, it's metal plating, I see. Metal plating. But it did say she was working with a welding gun, so... But they only have so much to work with. Violet is right. When hasn't she been? Rose's stomach churns, guilt crawling up her throat. Of course, she's supposed to be more responsible. She's supposed to be prioritizing their mission. She's supposed to be prioritizing their survival. She can't look at Violet. She gives an awkward shrug of acknowledgement. It's good to see you haven't lost your touch. She pockets the bunny. One moment, I'm gonna take a sip of water here. All right. I thought she was doing some kind of welding, so I was confused why it was a paper bunny. A metal bunny makes more sense. It's kind of cool too, right? It's kind of nice. It's kind of neat. But Violet is probably right, I guess. I don't know. Man, you can't be doing arts and crafts in a life or death situation. Gosh, a woman can't have hobbies. She can't have hobbies. If you got nothing better to do, you can help me out with logging readings. We've still got a home to get back to. You know that, right? Rose does know that. Rose knows that because she's been trapped up here for almost a year too, and she's just as aware as Violet that any day now the water recycling system could fail, or the thing that turns their hair follicles into a food source could get a little too rusty, and that be the end of them. Sorry, the thing that turns their hair follicles into a food source. All right. Dr. Rain was, I guess, cooking. She was really cooking a lot of stuff. She was just like, yeah, this might work. Sure. They're barely keeping themselves alive as is. They can't afford to spare energy and resources on bunnies or, well, nah, that's okay. I'll look over the latrine. The flushing mechanics have been making some weird sounds lately. The ever-present tension in Violet's shoulders seems to ease slightly. Rose can see how reluctant Violet is to offer her hand now. She knows Violet only does it out of obligation or pity. She can't bear to take it. Okay. They stare at each other in silence for a moment. A moment they might have filled once upon a time with goofy jokes, maybe a playful debate on the material importance of a few stray pieces of scrap metal. Now they're just a few feet away from each other, and it feels like the distance between a planet and its moon, a moon and its satellite. And with that, Violet turns and floats away with cruel and easy grace, the way only Violet can. She doesn't look back. Now that's extreme recycling, it really is. It's like, what the hell? The heart beats. It always has, impulses and hums. The wire's heat travels in rhythms, and their screens' backlights flicker in time. It's subtle enough that if you're not paying attention, it could seem random. But Rose has been here for 11 months and a day, down to the hour, and she's felt the patterns through her closed eyelids, every day, basically. It lulls her to sleep the same way her fan did at night, back when she'd sleep in nothing but a bra in the summer. A low background thrum that she takes for granted when she hears it, that wakes her up when the power goes out and she doesn't. Speaking of power going out, the power went out the other day for the first time ever where I was at. It's like maybe that's part of maybe the drop frames or something. But it's like that was weird, and I only know that because I was sleeping, and then like the heater that I have went off, and I was like, oh, oh, okay. So it doesn't register at first. She thinks she's dreaming, caught in true and utter silence for the first time since she can remember. Rose, the heart isn't. It's not. Violet can't finish her thought. She's inches away from Rose's face when Rose opens her eyes, hands gripping her bed frame tight enough to snap it. All Rose can do is stare. The horror hits her before Violet's finished speaking. It's not beating. Rose doesn't believe her at first, if only because her own heart is thrumming so loud in her ears that she thinks that all that she can think is, surely that can't be the case. The heart stopped? But that's... Then again, what hasn't been impossible this year? Like a switch, the silence becomes suffocating and oppressive. It crushes her from all sides, a deafening absence of the hum, pulse, and rhythm that's been their constant companion for so long. It's gone now too. It's gone now too. It's like, oh, that was there the whole time. No, it's gone now. It fills the space where the heart used to be with a gaping yawn of apathy. Rose rips the covers off her blanket. The weightlessness of the cabin makes her blankets float lazily in the air as she pushes off her bed, sailing across the cabin towards one of the screens that typically displays the diagnostics for the heart. There was a thunderstorm a few days ago. Also, out power flickered for a bit. I was panicking because my phone was about to die. True, it's like I never keep my phone charged. I'm the type of person that my phone, I don't reach for the charger until it's literally at like 2%. It's like, okay, now's a good time maybe. Now's a good time maybe to reach for the charger. So it's like, what would happen? It's just like I don't have any power and I don't have my phone because I never keep it charged. Anyway, life lessons. Life lessons, keep your phone charged at like, I don't know, maybe like 40% or so. Her face stares back at its reflection, a black void of its usual life. This can't be happening. This can't be. Her fingertips trace over the cold wires, chest fluttering in the same way it had been a part of when part of the moon had broke off. There we go. Everything in the cabin is motionless. Of course, they had prepared for countless emergencies and malfunctions, system errors and damages from potential space debris. Hell, they'd even been prepared to cut off from comms to be unable to return to Earth altogether. But somehow the heart, it was different now. It couldn't break. Not all at once. They were diligent in their record keeping. They had nothing else to do. There had been something they missed, some foreshadowing, a hint or chance they could have caught it in time to prevent a complete and utter shutdown. They should have been able to. Rose, listen to me. Violet grips her shoulders. She's close enough that Rose can feel her breath on her skin. Rose. Violet keeps repeating her name. She sounds so far away. Rose, we can fix this. It's going to be okay. Calm down. Rose takes a shaky breath, attempting to steady her racing thoughts. She reaches up to grip Violet's hand. By some miracle, Violet lets her. Her expression doesn't even change. Waiting to charge it helps the battery life live longer. It's a good habit to keep. But power outages throw that out the window. It really does. It really does. Is it like a good thing? I mean, probably it's a good thing, but I don't know if it's like for your peace of mind. It's probably not a good thing to wait until 2% to be like, I don't know. Now's a good time to charge it. I feel like you could still get the same benefits if you like waited until 10% and then started charging it again to at least 40%. I feel like that still would work. But I didn't know that. That's an interesting fact. Listen, we're a maintenance team. We might not have been trained for this specific sort of emergency, but we're trained for tens of dozens of near variations on it. We need to gather our gear, diagnose the problem, and execute the solution. If we break it down into a series of tasks, it'll be easier, and more importantly, plausible. Violet leans back. The lights from her visor shine off her skin unnaturally. We're surviving this. We are going to go down there, kick that junk around till we've got it fixed, then hunker down as our grand accomplishments finally impress someone down there enough to... Violet cuts herself off and closes her eyes, breathes through her nose. Her grip tightens. Rose has never been more scared in her life. She never wants this moment to end. You good now? You got this? Rose nods. Slowly first, and then with a bit more vigor. Violet nods back. She removes her hand from Rose's shoulder. Okay, interesting. Rose packs up while Violet records the transmission down to Earth. There's no time to waste. Moon Maintenance Team AB to ground, reporting in. We are getting no readings from the heart, and we are unable to run remote diagnostics. Repeat, if the heart is currently non-functioning. Seeking permission to enter the core. Over. She sent it as a formality, but Violet knows that they don't have the luxury to wait for a response. The time it takes for the transmission to reach Earth is far better spent preparing the cart. Rose gives Violet a small wave as she ducks down the hatch, and Violet nods back. A gesture normal enough to make Rose feel like everything might be okay. They're on the same team again. Violet might not wait for a response, but she's not breaking protocol. Rose is fine with that. The rail cart is old, more sturdy than elegant. Rose has used it a few times in person, hundreds in training. She knows the controls, and she also knows the cart is more trouble than it's worth. Back when cleaning the tunnels was a bigger priority, they used it at least once a week. Each time they had to go through the laborious process of securing their suits and recording their vitals. Once it became apparent that they'd be preoccupied with the maintenance of the satellite they'd actually lived in, there was little reason for them to travel inside the moon, no matter what the broadcast claimed. Yeah, charging the battery heats it up, and heating the battery slightly damages it, so the less time you spend charging it, the better. I see. Yeah, I know, like, if you overcharge your phone, that's bad, but, like, a lot of people leave their phone to charge overnight, so it's like, we just kind of accept the risk, and it's just like, well, nothing to be done there. But it's like, even when you're just charging normally, it gets a little bit hot. That makes sense. That makes sense. It wasn't as if anyone on Earth would be able to benefit from its resources anytime soon. The boot process is a ritualistic exercise in precision and patience that begins with unlocking the power switch, a small red button concealed under a protective cap. Rose presses it, then jams it when the button doesn't immediately illuminate. It eases to life, its dull red glow a quiet reassurance. All right, sound. I was like, is the whole rest of the game going to be without sound? I was like, I mean, it fits the atmosphere, certainly. I was like, oh, maybe, I don't know. But no, there is some, it's mostly atmospheric stuff. There are a few songs, though, that we've heard so far. The cart's a remnant of a bygone era of routine maintenance and thorough exploration, back when the moon was something to be discovered rather than optimized. The cart's body, marked by years of lunar dust and scratches from its travels, is a testament to its age. It's squat and cylindrical, the size of a car, designed to handle every sort of unique pressure the moon could throw at it. Rose hates the inside. It's Spartan and utilitarian, built for practicality and survival over comfort. The front of the cart houses a control panel with a variety of switches, buttons, and knobs, all labeled with faded text and symbols that she'd once known by heart and now just kind of sort of knows. Violet, what comes after? The navigation systems. Need me to get it set up for you? No, it's fine. I've got it. Okay. I'd skip communications, by the way. Saves us the power. Right. Not much use when there's no one to talk to. Rose bites her lip, pulls at the levers, and presses buttons, glancing at the instructions engraved into the side of the cart whenever she forgets if she's supposed to turn a knob right or left. There are 2 seats, one for the driver and one for the passenger, both worn beyond comfort. There are tethers in the back for storing cargo and sleeping. A holographic display flickers to life as Rose finishes up, and the cart's vitals charted through the backlit LEDs. Power levels, system integrity, life support status. She scans each metric before reaching for the heavy metal dial at the front of the panel. The rail cart lurches, magnetic clamps securing it to the track. The smooth hum of the electric drive fills the cabin, the vibration almost comforting in the absence of the heart. Done already? Nice work. Violet ducks inside, bracing against the door frame to avoid hitting her head. Despite everything, Rose glows at the compliment. Violet doesn't waste a second getting to work, giving Rose's handiwork a once-over, nodding to herself. She still trusts Rose, which must be why she doesn't triple-check before letting the rail cart lurch forward. This part here is why scientific journals had changed their descriptors from impressive to science fiction. This one is a little louder. Can put it maybe down, maybe like right, not by a ton, maybe like right here. Okay. The vibes honestly are very good. Cause it's again, it's a lot of atmospheric stuff, so it's not very it's not Never 7, it's not Ever 17, it's not 100 Line, it's not anything like that, right? So it's like I feel almost I don't know, like, because I have compression on the microphone. I don't know if it's picking it up. It's like I feel almost the need to like sort of speak a little bit in a lower volume than usual, and then also just like be so engaged with the story, you know. A lot of the writing as well is very what would I say about it? It's like a novel, right? It's very much like a novel that was just then made into a visual novel, whereas other things, I would say like Ever 17, for example, is like a visual novel, and it was made to be a visual novel. Like that was always the intention, whereas I think this was always the intention as well, but it comes from somebody who really likes writing. I feel like I don't know personally, but it's like I feel that. The satellite they reside in is connected to the moon by a long snaking tube lined with a GRY 910 and its titanium alloys. Its purpose is threefold: keeping them from floating out to the nothingness of space when the moon's gravitational field proves not strong enough, providing a conduit for the heart's power, and letting the rail cart traverse between the 2 locations. The tube is modular. It reminds Rose of the wooden snakes her fingers got trapped in as a kid. Duh. That sounds terrifying. Yeah, it's very novel approach to storytelling in games. It's so unique. Yeah. As the cart enters the tube, it bounces over sections, struggling to stabilize. Rose holds her breath despite herself, but even after months of disuse, the rail cart and the tube both endure. The tube isn't completely opaque. There are gaps of foot-thick plastic that allow occupants to view their journey. Violet's more comfortable soothing the cart forward than paying attention to her, so Rose doesn't feel guilty for staring outside. The stars are nothing Rose hasn't seen before. Violet doesn't even bother glancing up, preoccupied with running checks and ensuring the tunnel won't snap midair. In more recent months, I remember the very first time, because it's like I wanted to be a well, it's like for me, again, space delivery girl, but it's like for me, I always wanted to be like specifically like some like traveling the stars for like the longest time. Like that was like my first dream way back when you're like, you know, 3 years old and they ask you, what do you want to grow up to be? Like that sort of thing. So it's like it was always my dream sort of that I would put down something like that. But I remember the first time that I felt like genuine fear of space. It was in middle school, I believe, or like, yeah, about middle school, where it's like we had the standardized test, right? And they brought up a space story in which like people die in space. They can get trapped there and die forever. And it's like, oh, okay. That was cool to learn about. Thankfully, I don't have that problem, but also terrifying. Terrifying. In more recent months, Rose had a hard time adjusting to the lack of Earth on the metaphorical horizon. It took only 2 months for their world to sink from view. 2 more before she started struggling to pinpoint it with a telescope. Now the constant readjustments, I think it's readjustments, just without the hyphen. Needed to find it hardly seemed worth the effort. The stars are more interesting anyhow. Rose looks back as the tube curves, giving her a proper view of the satellite. The place she has called home for months shrinks before her eyes, small enough to fit in her palm. She presses her hand against the sky. The outside vanishes with a shuddering noise. In an instant, the stars are replaced with man-made. It's interesting. I'm usually used to the hyphens. I was like, no, I got there eventually. With man-made panels and moon dust as the tube ends and the tunnel begins. The only noise in their cabin is the hum of the cart and the small dings of the control panel. And Violet's quiet breathing. The next 6 or so hours of the journey are uneventful enough that Violet decides they can sleep. The alarm system is functional enough that we shouldn't have to worry about missing the engine rupturing or something. Though I doubt that'll happen, and even if it does, there's not much we can do about it anyways. Kind of morbid, but alright. The more rest we get, the better. Rose nods. If Violet thinks it's safe, she's probably right. She's too paranoid to allow them to sleep if they had any doubt. Wait, so are they not on the moon? How can they not see Earth from here? The moon got flung away, very, very far away. So, that's probably why. They are on the moon, technically. On the moon, you know what I mean. They're on the moon, though. Also, Violet's just smart like that. Rose trusts her. They're somewhat pressed for room. When they tie themselves to their tethers, Rose tries to give Violet room. She does. It's the least she could offer to Violet after everything. But there's only so much of yourself you can control when you're half floating in space, and they're not yet far enough inside the moon to get any outside warmth. So this isn't crossing any lines, right? Even with what happened, we've known each other long enough that it's not like that this is that weird. And it's warmer this way. Violet's eyes are shut mere inches from Rose's own. She can make out every single one of Violet's lashes. If she had the patience and time for it, Rose could count them. No, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Violet's pretty. Focus. Or don't. I need rest. If we're going to be able to deal with the heart, then the heart weighs heavy in her mind. The organ of their survival, now dead weight in the belly of the moon. Everything eventually ends, sure, but the heart hasn't given them any warning when they'd first landed. It's so interesting it's called the heart too. It adds this whole like poetic sense to it. The whole game has been like slightly poetic, right? But it's like this, I don't know, something about the prose, right? Something about the prose of the story. Where it's like, and especially having it just be called the heart. Ground control had promised another decade before intensive maintenance would be required. At least 7 years if they were really being cautious, but less than 1. The heart stopped beating. The heart has given up for whatever reason. That just means we need to go fix it. That's why I need rest. If we have any chance of getting out of this, I need to get my act together. If we have any chance of getting out of this, then there's a very real chance we might not survive this. You can see the readings are going crazy now. Oops. The thought pierces her like a bullet. The only other time she's felt this panicked, and truly, really panicked, not the usual playground victimhood, was when the moon had first ricocheted off course, constant transmissions and apologies and grievances and national mournings and... I'm not dead yet. I'm alive. Don't say that. Please, if I'm going to die, then let me... She needs to try again. She can't die wondering. You know, this game kind of reminds me of an old game that I played a while ago. I guess it was a VN. It was called Analog, a hate story. A hate sounds interesting. I can look it up right now, honestly. Because I'm always looking for more things to add to my backlog. So it's like, I can look it up. Analog, a hate story. All right, I have it. I have it up. I can save it as well. It's like I'm always looking for more visual novels. I'm guessing based on the title that, you know, it has maybe more of an analog aesthetic, and I'm guessing also possibly maybe that two characters hate each other. I'm guessing that. I don't know. Violet, are you still up? What? Yeah. Trying not to be. Why? Is something the matter? Just the whole situation we're in. Violet shifts in the dark. Fair enough. She's laughing, not unkindly. Rose has known her long enough to hear the humor in her voice. Yeah, she has a surprising sense of humor. I can see that in the writing as well. But we've got this. Taking care of the heart is our job. All that time spent studying wasn't for nothing. I'll help you fill in the blanks. She's quiet for a moment. And you're good with your hands, so worst case, you can just solder the whole thing back together. She's shrugging under the tether. She's shrugging under the tethers, gritting. Thanks. The light in her eyes is genuine. Violet isn't one for flattery. She wouldn't say it if she didn't mean it, and that makes Rose feel all the more guilty. What happened between these two? It seems like you were on very, very good terms. You know, just the bestest of friends. But it's like, aw. She takes a breath. Yeah. Listen, Violet. If we don't make it out of here, Rose, we are not doing this again. Okay, so maybe it was like Rose doom posting. Doom posting, and Violet was like, shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear about it right now, man. if I remember correctly, you played as some insurance adjuster or something. You went to this space station to figure out why it went offline, so you have to read through a lot of flight logs and history reports to uncover the history. That sounds like the tale of the Obra Dinn. It sounds like that. It sounds very much like that, except in space. And you mostly interact with the onboard AI system as it's unlocking certain records so that you can read only part of the story at the time. Yeah, that's very much an Obra Dinn like. Obra Dinn is so fun. Obra Dinn is very great. I highly recommend if anyone has not played it. My assumption is that these two used to date, but then broke up. Right, exactly. Or maybe they were in, maybe not like formal dating, but just like they were together, you know? They were together in some capacity, and then things are not going so well right now. We are not doing this again. The cold cabin drops to freezing. All that warmth on her face is gone, and Rose misses it desperately, like oxygen. For a moment, before the anger rolls in, Rose can see the fear on Violet's face. She swallows. Violet, we might not... I'm not going to... This is just going to distract us from our mission. Why would you think my response would be any different this time around? Rose looks away. She hears the sound of Violet sucking through her teeth, a measured attempt at regaining her patience. Because you think we're going to die, is that it? Look, I appreciate how optimistic you're being and everything about how we'll fix it and everything will be okay, but we don't know that for sure, right? We don't even know why it's broken, let alone how to fix it. It's not like it's ever broken before. And if that's the case, we only get this one chance, then... Stop. Violet's nice and clean about it, pushing herself closer to the other side of the wall, putting space between them. This isn't the time or place. Rose feels that familiar tightness in her chest. So what's the right time, the right place? If we ever manage to make it back to Earth, would you give me an answer then? Violet rolls over. Get some rest, Rose. We're tired. You're stressed out. Things will be better after you sleep. Okay. Man, hate to say it, but I mean, Rose and I, I don't know. It's like, oh, I'm always so anxious. There's like Rose and I is like, yeah, but I would kind of be annoying about it. I'd be like, you know, like, what if we died? What then? What then? So I get it. I feel for that character. They fall asleep facing away from each other. Her ceiling fan whirs dully over Rose's head. It's summer. Or technically spring, but it certainly feels like summer, with the heat and her neighbor's radio buzzing through the walls. The only difference is that if it were actually summer, the overflowing stack of papers on her desk would be star charts and ship launch dates instead of unfinished essays. Just 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks, and she'll have passed the exam. Her ticket out of this sweat hole. Just 2 more weeks, and no more eternal Wednesdays. Just 2 more weeks, and it'll be smooth sailing for the rest of her life, away from girls like Penny who whisper whenever Rose passes in the hall. Because girls like Penny know about Rose. Just 2 more weeks. The heat beats down through her sheets like a sin. Rose breathes through her teeth. Her neighbor's radio sings louder. She pulls herself up and glances at the time. 3:42 in the morning. That's grounds enough to file a complaint, right? She swings her feet over the side of the bed. Sweaty skin slaps the floor. Me your answer do. The radio's static voice punctures the early morning hush, at odds with the steady whirring of her ceiling fan. It reverberates through the cheap walls, politely inviting a headache. Yet another distraction that she doesn't need. The moon stares at her through the window. It's full tonight. A watchful eye. She stumbles to the door, leaning on the handle for support before she opens it. I'm half crazy. All for the love of you. Rose blinks awake, sleep thick in her vision as she struggles to take in the scene around her. She's in the rail cart. She's tethered to the back, close to Violet, and in front of her is a person. This is the the title theme. As I was getting setting things up, it's like I listened to it a ton of times, and it's like a carnival song, right? A little bit, at least to me. Oh, also it's time for the first break of the stream, and I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention because I was so immersed. Oops, oopsie daisy. I'm here. All right, I'll be right back in like 2 minutes or so. It's okay. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go back to game screen. Let me know how the volume sounds. I kind of lowered it slightly during break. Slightly. So, alright. And let me move this over here. And put this over here. Alright. Thank you for the welcome back. And tab back into the game. Alright, continuing. A person. No, this couldn't possibly be a person. Hello, hi. Oh, you're the moon bunny? Maybe? Maybe a little lower? Okay. Yeah. How's this? That should be good. Their attire is laughably inappropriate for space. Their bare feet dangling in the air. Rose has trouble telling where their clothes end and where their skin begins. If they even have skin, they're lab clean white in a dress that billows around them. This is good. Alright, cool. I'm also gonna turn it down my end because it's kind of loud. The fabric, if it was that, skims across the surface of the air, akin to a swan dancing over a pond. Rose had thought they were seated, but no, they're stationary, anchored to nothing. The ends of their body fade into their surroundings. Rose realizes. Translucent fingernails thread through their hair. Their form serves to frame the gaping hole that sat squarely in the center of their chest. The other side of the cabin stares back at Rose. It completely defied understanding. If someone told Rose this was an alien, she'd believe them. If someone told them that this was an angel, she'd believe them too. Are you singing the song? Are you still singing? I can't afford a... I can't sing now. I can't sing now. There's like a competing melody now. I can't do it. Is it this the song? I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat. They're pretty. Of a bicycle built for... What are you supposed to be? Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? Hey. Rose snaps out of her trance in time to see Violet swing at the figure. In zero gravity, there's no momentum, no friction to hold you against the ground. The figure sidesteps easily with a dancer's twist. Well, that was quite rude. Who are you? You're rude for inviting yourself in. But reasonable, I suppose. No, if anything, it is the correct response to encountering an unknown figure in personal quarters. But no matter. All that means is that I must take time to introduce myself. I am the first and only model of the experimental Daisy line, the distributed artificial intelligence for scientific yields. Isn't it crazy that I'm playing 2 games now with like with a spaceship kind of like some sort of spaceship adjacent thing? It's like artificial intelligence that's like I'm actually the ruler of this world. Did you know? I actually like I'm someone in here. Though, as my creator confided in me, the full version of my name is only so convoluted as to justify the acronym. There's so many things that actually do that in real life. True. That's crazy. I am at your aid. The words hang for a tepid moment, the air filled only with the steady hum of the cart's progress and the occasional thump as it coasted over a piece of debris. Rose blinks at them, mind reeling, glancing over at Violet. So you can see this shit too, right? Okay. Nice to meet you. Rose has never seen her look this shocked, her fingers twitching uselessly in the air. Finally, Rose breaks the silence. It's an AI. Daisy smiles. Violet's smile warms Rose like a cup of tea. Daisy's smile warms her like a boiling kettle. In the simplest terms, yes. A correction. I am not an it. My creator classified me as an interface. Okay, alright. So what's with the nursery rhymes? Violet has kicked back into action, her hands at the control panel typing with renewed ferocity. The only time she takes her eyes off Daisy is to throw unreadable glances at Rose. Answer this first, actually. How the hell did you get in here? I trust you have a good explanation. Daisy just tilts their head. The song I was singing was a tune I selected to accompany your slumber and introduce myself. Wilds, why would you do that? I hope you found it enjoyable. Rose can see Violet's eyes twitch through the visor. Her mouth opens, but Daisy continues first. How I got in here is simple. Your presence reactivated my protection and guidance protocols. I am a life support system for living organisms. Given that the rest of the moon is not suitable for such a task at the moment, I will fill this role. As for my physical location, they pause. I was activated inside the rail card. I am not informed of how and where my body was moved during my hibernation, so I cannot offer more than that. Wait, so they came up with the acronym first, and then they came up with the full name afterwards. Yeah, a lot of things are like that, where it's like, wouldn't it be cool to call it this? And it's like, okay, how do we make the acronym work? It's so weird when you see it in action, right? It's like, oh, I thought it would be the other way around, but okay. I guess, like, people are just people underneath. It's just like, no matter what field they're in, they're just like, yeah, I just want to sound cool, you know? Violet's eye twitches again. Daisy smiles languidly at Violet, who bares her teeth, a confusion of predator and prey. That's awfully convenient. A secret life support mechanism we've never heard about just materializing in our transport system. Whether you choose to believe me or not does not change the truth. I have simply stated the facts as I am aware of them. After my subsystems established connection with the systems that were still online, I reviewed what had occurred since I last held consciousness. I reactivated to the both of you in REM sleep. And watching you rest was comforting to me. Comforting to you, really. Violet looks uncomfortable, wrong-footed. It only lasts a moment. And I suppose there's a reason as to why we were never briefed on you beforehand. Daisy looks at them. Rose is so used to Violet's darting glances that it startles her, the way Daisy doesn't look away from Rose when Rose looks to them. When Rose looks at them. There we go. The way Daisy doesn't look ashamed. You are maintenance workers. Dr. Rain was, okay, so you know about Dr. Rain then, was of the opinion that knowledge of my existence should be highly proprietary. As I said, I am an experimental model. But you're kind of like, I don't know, something about you is kind of like modeled after the bunny on the moon, you know? I do not believe that you would have had much of a reason to be briefed on the matter. However, given the extenuating circumstances, my subsystems detected that my activation was the best option for your survival. Daisy extends their hands to the side. They seem so fragile, the plain expanse of their form against the elaborate mechanisms of the cabin. I look forward to aiding the two of you in your... Not a chance. Violet, why not? It's fine. They've explained themselves at this point. It should be fine. Violet must have decided that Daisy isn't an immediate threat. She takes her eyes off them, focused now on the rail cart's controls. Her fingertips tap rapidly at the keys while Daisy turns, frowning. Violet, what are you doing? Shutting it down. She pulls at a stuck lever, curses under her breath. Rose winces at a particularly violent slam of her fist against the button. Please do not do that. I am not helpful to you while turned off. Not likely to get us killed while turned off either. I am not going to do that. Violet snorts. Her fingers move faster. Rose reaches to touch her shoulder, hesitates, then pulls her hand back. What you are doing now is not productive if your goal is to shut me off. Great, keep that feedback coming. Violet's tone is desperate to be sharp. Like a well-used knife, she scans the interaction. She scans the interface she already knows so well, as if looking for some convenient off button she might have missed. But as Rose watches, Violet doesn't seem to find anything interesting. Pulling the cord it is. Of course, there's no cord to Daisy, no visible one, at least. Their form seems to be more otherworldly than mechanical as they dodge Violet's now direct attempts to turn them off. Please do not do that. It is odd hearing Daisy defend themselves. Their calm, placid tone remains the same as they float out of Violet's clumsy grasp. But the rail cart is only so big. What is comfortable for the two people is cramped for three. They can't continue this cat and mouse game for long. An AI hater, I see. She's like, I can do everything myself, I guess. It's like, well, I mean, we might die here. We might die. Like, hold on a second. Violet, I don't think... Rose does reach for Violet's shoulder this time. Violet flinches. Violet used to be comfortable with these grounding familiar touches, an easy shorthand for I'm here, I'm right behind you. Rose gave up that privilege a while ago. She knows that. But it still hurts the way Violet immediately goes defensive, jerking her head around to look at Rose. She looks like a scared, cornered animal. Her expression softens in the next moment. I know. But it's the safest idea. This AI life support system, whatever, it's experimental. I'll take my chances with manual life support. She curses under her breath as a missed grab makes contact with the side of the cart. A momentum sends her reeling across the cabin. Daisy lets out a small hum of disappointment, while Violet is a particularly rambunctious dog. we don't know if they can hurt us. I mean, we can sort of think of them as an extra redundancy. We don't even know what it's meant to do. We can't juggle with another unknown variable. I have many functions. Daisy's just having a great time. They're like, yeah, I'm just having a chill time. Violet scoffs, spinning her tools anxiously. A nervous old habit. She used to do it a lot when they were new recruits. Okay, so even they were like somewhat in school together, or like in some sort of academy together. So that long ago. So you keep saying. Monitoring life support systems, controlling temperature ratings, managing carbon dioxide sensors. Violet has paused, leaning against the control panel. Rose can see the calculations whirring in her head. Projectile motion and trajectories. Assume the coefficient of friction is 0. Controlling oxygen valves. Diagnosing errors in navigation state machines. Diagnosing and developing repair plans for the heart. Creating personalized meal plans. Violet straightens. Obediently, Daisy pauses. I also run at 50 hertz. I'm informed that is impressive. Violet blinks. That is impressive. And the hearts. The heart does not run at 50 hertz. It is much too large of a system to sustain that fast of a reaction speed. The pressure would break it. Yeah, we know. You said you can diagnose the problem with the heart. Why didn't you lead with that? I have been offering my assistance. Was I not clear enough in my wording? No? In that case, could you tell us what's wrong with the heart right now? It is hard for me to say at the moment, so you can't help. With the heart in the state that it is, long-range communication is impossible. Direct contact is required for a diagnosis. Of course it is. Her voice curls in the air. Rose swallows. Maybe we don't shut them down. We can always just, restrain them. Rose feels her face heat. Violet looks skeptical. Come on, I know it's not ideal, but I don't think anything about this situation is, right? And you think restraining it will be easier than shutting it down? I am capable of taking any position you require that allows me to continue basic functionality, if that will assist in keeping you comfortable. And it's not like shutting them down is a safe option either, is it? They're a life support system, and I mean... She gestures at the scratches. The scratches Violet's wrench. I've never seen that word before. Has left in the railcart's paint. Surface damage. For now. Look, if anything happens, you'll what? If anything happens, you'll be dead, Rose. Her voice wavers slightly. She clears her throat. We'll handle it. We always have, right? Violet scoffs, but she's listening. Her gloved hand comes to rub thoughtfully at her chin. She weighs at the situation for all of 20 seconds before she glares at Daisy. You're going to help us. Yes, that is my stated purpose. They don't even seem to say it to annoy her, which Rose knows will only piss off Violet more. You answer our questions, all of them. I aim to inform. The first sign of trouble and you're out. If that will make you feel safe. Violet scowls, a wordless recession. She gestures with the wrench she's unhooked from her belt, and Daisy smiles their boiling kettle smile. Daisy patiently instructs Violet and Rose on the best way to restrain them, put gloves on their hands to see their fading fingers. So we need suggestions for that too. Tie them at the neck so that their mouth cannot reach anything. By the time they have finished, Daisy is tied firmly to the passenger seat, their once free-flowing form now bound by layers of wire and tether. Somehow the sight makes Rose sad. That Daisy could have simply given them faulty instructions is not lost on Rose. Violet, ever the pragmatist, must realize this as well, but she doesn't say anything because she has no other option. She's like, well, I guess so. I don't know. All right, back to the mission we go. Something that Rose notices about Daisy fairly quickly is that they're best seen in her peripheral vision. If Rose looks at Daisy for too long head on, the edge of their outline goes fuzzy, skipping and jittering. Rose digs her palms into her eyes in order to get the feeling out. It leaves a taste of a seatbelt in summer. Oh, okay. I see. See, again, it's like the writing itself is like, it's so specific that it's like, oh, yeah, I know that feeling. I know it. It's really good. In her peripheral vision, she can count every single hair on Daisy's head. Their hair trails off into static. Dark splotches taper into nothing, and their gloved fingers leave echoes behind in the space they occupy. All right, another song. Let me know how this one sounds. Should be good. Should be all right. Should be fine. So she's not a hologram. She's a robot, or maybe hard light. Yeah, maybe hard light is what I'm thinking. That's how it reads to me a little bit. Rose could almost imagine placing her hand on theirs if she was braver. Huh? Violet has been interrogating Daisy on and off, typing notes into the console, while Rose continues monitoring the cart's readings. The terseness of Violet's voice isn't the defensive anger from before, it's the old familiar impatience with ground control. She's bothered by the fact that she wasn't briefed on this new system. She thinks, what else are they not telling us? There's no documentation on Daisy for Violet to reference, so she's writing her own. It grounds her, makes her feel like she knows what she's working with. These notes are a way for Violet to organize her own thoughts. It took a while to figure that out back when they were first settling in. For now, their voices are a pleasant accompaniment to the hum of the cart. It's strange to hear another voice brought up. Not the one from a recording or a broadcast, something that can respond in real time. This volume is good? Alright, cool. Daisy knows exactly what to say in response to Violet's questioning, and their conversation is an easy back and forth, like a tennis match. It reminds Rose of what it used to be like between her and Violet. Daisy's voice sounds just a little off, a little uncanny. At first, it throws Rose a bit. Whatever serves as their tongue clicks audibly with each word they speak, and in their voice there's an underlying static, but it doesn't keep her from feeling like, do I want to add an effect? I don't know if I want to add an effect to a voice. It's like I could add an effect, like maybe something. It was like I don't want to adjust in real time. I could always do. Which one is it? The zero voice? What do I have on right now on my microphone? Do I have? Oh, I have the zero voice. I don't think that would be a good idea though. For a lot of reasons, I don't think that would be a good idea. Like for example, if it's like you are designed to be human. It's not a question. There's a contempt in her voice. One late night, folded safely into her bunk, Violet told Rose that she likes machines because they are predictable and logical. Inputs have reliable outputs, unlike humans. Unlike Rose.
A great deal of time was spent on helping me mimic one as closely as possible, yes.
Hello Zero. Glad to see you again. I still have that. I should go back and adjust it really, because it's like it's kind of incomprehensible, but like maybe like turning it from 40% to 20% incomprehensible, you know? A great deal of time was spent on helping me mimic one as closely as possible, yes. While any pattern-finding intelligence module can keep track of your biometrics, one is better suited to assist with things like grief and shock with the capacity for empathy. At least, this is what my creator intended. Your creator being Dr. Rain, correct? Daisy nods, an uncharacteristic enthusiasm, an abrupt departure from their usual grace. Her opinion was not shared by her peers. I am only an experimental model. Right. Violet's voice for a moment turns gentler, The hard edges of her skepticism softened. She respects Dr. Rain deeply. Their conversation continues on like this for a while. It's a strange reversal of roles. Daisy's answers sound far more human than Violet's curt, diagnostic questioning. It's only when Violet can't speak around her yawns. It's only when Violet can't speak around her yawns that she finally throws in the towel. There we go. Yeah, we didn't really get a whole lot of sleep, did we? This wasn't really in the plan. Wake me up in an hour, all right? I just need a bit of a pick-me-up. Then you can rest. Rose nods, tempted to let her sleep for at least 2, but knowing the fight after won't be worth it. Not one to waste time, Violet is out within a minute after she secures herself to a tether. The area ahead has started to deteriorate, bits of lunar debris floating through the space in front of them. Slowing the cart down to withstand the impact of particularly large pieces is tedious, but not hard. At some point, Violet had determined that Daisy was unlikely to kill them. Now they sleep in shifts, taking turns navigating and watching Daisy. And when it's just the two of them, Daisy's company is unnerving. Rose is aware of their gaze on her, even more aware of the fact that they see her own furtive glances. Furtive is also a word I don't know. Furtive is also a word that I don't really know. Hi, how goes the game? Hello, Camille. Hello. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. The game is wonderful. The vibes are so they're so good. They're so good. I really, really enjoy like the writing of this game and the artwork of this game. And just the general atmosphere. It's really lovely. I hope you've been doing well today. Thank you for joining a little bit. The art looks amazing. It is. I love the art. I love the art for this game. Right now I am struggling to read, as I typically do for every stream. Crazy that I love to read visual novels and I struggle reading with every stream. But the writing itself is like wonderful. It's really, really lovely. They seem content just to watch her work, only interjecting with the occasional question. How long have the two of you been here? Just over 11 months, give or take. Didn't Violet already tell you? Yes. Did you think she was lying? No. Did you want to see if I would lie? No, I did not believe you would. Rose doesn't know how an artificial intelligence should act, but she imagines it would be more direct, or at least easier to read than Violet. Instead, every other seemingly straightforward statement from Daisy leaves her with more questions than answers. Legit the same. I feel so illiterate sometimes. It's wild. I get that. It's just like it's like I know how to read. It's my first language. It's like I should know this, and it's like and yet here I am. It's insane. Before us, what did you do? Hibernate. With the moon damaged, maintaining a constant level of consciousness for two people would be an overextension of my abilities. The power of my operation was better conserved for other uses. And before that, I saved lives. They say this so casually that Rose has to bite back a laugh. Did I say something strange? No, it's just... nothing. I did save lives. Protection was my primary function. Dr. Rain did not want anyone exploring the moon to die. It was unexplored territory. No one knew what to expect. I can create pockets of pressure and air to ensure that even someone is exposed to the moon's atmosphere, they will not die. You can let people go out into space without protection. Not for very long, and not very often. Crazy. Again, crazy that Dr. Rain didn't say anything about this at all. That's insane. It's a level of science fiction that Rose finds hard to respond to. She opts for an awkward nod instead, returning to her work. What are you holding? Rose angles the object toward Daisy, revealing an exposed panel of switches, over-soldered spots, and a small joystick. The once shiny surface is now smeared with dust, barely able to reflect the dim light. It's a decommissioned rover console. Violet and I found it in one of the abandoned control rooms. They're pretty common and fairly reliable for salvageable parts. Since we're not exactly sure what we'll need down there, I brought some along the way, along to work on during the trip. There you go. So same. I love visual novels, but I hate reading aloud. It's difficult. It's difficult. I hope some people is I'm struggling so much, but like overall, I hope the hope is that some people find value in it. Where it's just like I hate kind of the where sometimes reading can be kind of tedious. You can only do it in like short spurts or whatever. So it's like having somebody else read the game for you is hopefully helpful. Hopefully helpful for any of the games. Also, I should turn this off. Oops. There we go. She trails off as Daisy tilts their head. She holds it closer to their face, turning it around to help them get a good look. These have not changed significantly since I was constructed. The main difference is that this model has implemented long-distance communication. That used to be quite a feat, yet another groundbreaking accomplishment by Dr. Rain. Dr. Rain could do everything. Okay, she is... A pause. Apologies. She was going to change the world. You know, Yes, you have no cause for concern. Dr. Rain's status is a variable that has resisted overwrite attempts. That's rather clinical, okay? Daisy blinks. What have you found so far? Rose shrugs, her hands returning to fiddle with the panel. Not much. Most of it seems fried, but the joystick is functional enough. Which is actually useful. A lot of the joysticks we've gone through have had their tops fall off, so they're a bit painful to use. That seems annoying. It is. Daisy is an AI, robot, whatever, artificial, and inhuman. Their purpose is to summarize and diagnose. Noting a minor annoyance seems outside their realm of I got there. It's okay. Speech 100. I did it. Rose dislodges the joystick from the rest of the module as the console beeps. There's a piece of debris up ahead, large enough to dent the car at its current speed. Her fingers thumb along the thinly engraved markings of the dashboard, pausing to turn the dial that dictates the rail's magnetic strength. The ridges on the side warm her fingers through her glove. There's something gnawing at the back of her head. It's like when you've just noticed you have something stuck between your teeth, but you can't get it out. That's the worst. It's the worst. That's the worst. You're doing great though. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, you can tell the vibe of their character in your voices even. Extra effort. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Sometimes I don't know. I guess I never really asked for feedback, so there is that. It was like sometimes I don't know. But it's nice to hear that there's some amount of it's being picked up. You know, the feeling is being picked up by other people. So it's nice when you're trying to remember the tune of a catchy song. It's like when you're trying to remember the tune of a catchy song. It's like when you're trying to call after someone, but you don't remember their name, and you've known them too long to ask. Well, you see, it's a nearly unbearable itch. It isn't exactly pain. Yeah, that last one is especially like such a vivid description of just like, well, that would be awkward. That'd be awkward. I don't know. What do I do? It's just unpleasant enough to make her feel like she's losing her mind. Once you hit a certain age, you start having little meaningless pains. Back pain from a lifetime of bad posture, wrist pain from gripping a pen too hard. Yeah, these things are normal. In Rose's case, her chest felt sore. That's normal. She'd struggle to articulate it if someone asked. Not that she needs to, the feeling is so familiar that she forgets about it most of the time. But it's still weird, right? Feeling something your entire life and not being able to articulate it. She puts the module onto a magnetic clip on her belt, nursing her chest with a free hand. They can't spare pain medication on something as minor as this, but... Please, can it all just... Rose? Can it be quiet for a second? You look upset. What is on your mind? She's in high school. She tries to run away. She's counting out soda-stained bills for the sleepy bellboy in the hotel 7 blocks down the road, I guess. He doesn't double check when she slides them over, just nods and hands her a key with a tag that reads R202. Oh, we have a sprite now in this one. She opens the door, smells sterile plastic so strong she can taste it, and finds herself regretting it. A week's worth of pay for this? The television is on. She can't focus on what's playing. She dumps her belongings in the space between the bed and the wall, piles unfinished papers on her desk. As she sits down, Rose is aware of how lame this is, running away from home, spending money to do homework. Not that that was her plan for the entire night, but, well... I actually get that a lot, especially online. People, when people have various nicknames, I don't know exactly what to call them. Yeah. It's so interesting. Like I know like some streamers who like are comfortable with like sharing their real name and then also like their online handle. It's like, you can call me both, whatever, it doesn't matter. It feels strange though. I don't know. It feels strange that it's like there's two or three different people. It's like, I'll call you name A, I'll call you name B, I'll call you name C, nicknames are fine, but it's also like just like completely different names that have nothing to do with each other. It's always such a strange thing. Rose doesn't mind schoolwork. Questions have answers. It's a consistency that she finds hard to come across in the real world. Most importantly, these papers don't ask anything from her. Equations will exist regardless of her input. Balloons of equal mass M and equal charge Q don't care how she dresses, how she stumbles when she speaks. Inputs have reliable outputs. Very topical for what I literally just said. She can sit there chewing the end of her pencil, blissfully removed from everything else going on. Daisy walks through the door, gently closing it behind them. Daisy's feet are firm on the ground. Tile squeaks on the rug as they leave them behind. Their usual grace, has been traded for confidence, their steps measured, lab coat fluttering behind them. They push their bangs to meet Rose's gaze. I see you've already started. Good job. How are you here? Can you enter my dreams too? Can you also do that? Or are you just like a stand-in for somebody else right now? There's a new filling warmth to their voice. Rose nods tentatively. Nervousness spills into her chest as Daisy comes closer, plainly sizing Rose up. But there's no judgment in their gaze, nothing to make Rose feel small, only curiosity. Do you mind sitting over there? This will only take a moment. They motion at the bed. Their hand falls in front of their face, a veil that only makes them seem more magical, more out of place in this cheap hotel. Again, Rose nods, obeying and sitting hesitantly at the end of the bed. Daisy moves in closer, lab coat dress trailing behind them, and they embrace her. The motion is sudden, all pretense lost as Daisy's hands find her waist. And I'm gonna take a sip of water before my voice dies during an important scene. Hold on. All right. The motion is sudden, all pretense lost as Daisy's hands find her waist. Rose's heart sticks deep in her chest as Daisy's hands explore every corner of her skin. Daisy is careful not to overstay their welcome, not to touch those most sensitive of parts. Daisy... No, sorry. Is this unpleasant? Yeah, it's like a stand-in character, I guess. Daisy leans back. Rose realizes that she's collapsed onto the bed, her back pressed against the fabric tables as Daisy stands at the end. She swallows, wishes Daisy would what? There's a space documentary humming in the background. Conversation Conversations rock back and forth about Nova's founding, its accomplishments, its internal politics, because of course there's politics. All the lighting the rooms got is the CRT and a dollar store lamp. The changing screens cast dancing colors on the side of Daisy's face. You seem a little confused. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. These are just routine diagnostics. It's okay, let me help you. Or maybe it's not, maybe it's just like a memory fusing with like reality somewhat and then like a dream. You know? Dreams don't have to make sense, but they can borrow elements from any part of your life, essentially. And they reach towards her, through her, into her. Rose doesn't need to think. Rose doesn't need to think about her body, about her body, about Violet, about her body, about her body, about it. It's going off the screen. Rose? The dream ends. Huh. Rose wakes up to several painful reminders. Her hand is still empty and bras still itch when you haven't changed out of them for a good 2 days. Violet's hands are on the console. She glances away from Rose once she sees that Rose is fully awake. It seems like it's like, there's a lot of different interpretations for it, and I think it's kept vague intentionally, but it's which it's like I want to say something with like the care that it deserves. It's a difficult situation. It sounded like she had like a rough upbringing, and like that has permanently damaged her self-esteem. It's rough. That's rough, and that's probably why she's so anxious today. You know, she's just like generally very, very, very anxious. You know. Daisy keeps their eyes on her, straining against the bindings around their neck. Rose realizes someone's attached her to the tethers in the back at some point. She tries to push the dream out of her mind. Oh, sorry, did I... It's fine, it's on me for keeping you up too long. She doesn't seem mad or even particularly disappointed, just tired, stressed. That doesn't make Rose feel any less guilty, though, and she hurries to undo her tethers under Daisy's watchful gaze. She nods awkwardly at them, unsure of what constitutes a normal greeting. They nod back. What's normal in this situation? She knows her brain is capable of weird things in weird situations, but for it to retroactively insert Daisy into a memory... Okay, so it is like one-to-one a memory, but it was Daisy instead. A thick and lovely dream. That's never happened before, even with... She shakes her head, trying to focus. How long was I... 4 hours, just about. We were talking. Violet is quite... It was talking. I was working. And you were... For a moment, Rose thinks that Violet's annoyed at her. Violet's fingers twitching against the control panel, and the way she won't meet Rose's gaze certainly seems to suggest that something is off, and Rose had slept for 4 hours. Maybe a little scolding was in order here. But Violet leans forward, and Rose catches the hitch in her breath. Something is wrong. Violet? Can you look at me? A pause. Violet looks past Rose's shoulders. Rose doesn't need to turn around to know that there's nothing there. Everything all right? You seem out of it. She's never seen Violet so distracted. Violet's breathing stutters, then steadies. Rose can practically see her counting in her head. 1, 2, 3, 5. Again. Interesting. That was also, not to talk about another game entirely, but also that was something that we saw in freaking what's it called? How could I forget it? Wonder Stop. Wonder Stop. Remember that story? There are a few stories in that game. Oh my gosh, that will always stick with me about the main character. That game is really good, by the way. That game is really, really good. There are a few like stories that will always stick with me, and one of them was the one about like I won't spoil the game, but the one about like the counting in her head and the conversation with her mom was like was that has always stick with me forever and ever and ever. And now anytime that I've ever seen that in other characters, including Violet now, it's like it sticks with me. It sticks with me for a very long time of just like, yeah. I think it's possible. I think well, I don't know. I don't want to speak to things that I don't know about, so please don't take my word for it, but I think it's possibly like a OCD thing. Violet pinches her eyes shut. After a moment passes and she opens them, she manages to focus on Rose's face. Are you all right? Violet scowls. I was just... She cuts herself off, looks away, like she's been burned. I'm just tired. I guess there's a reason they tell you to get enough sleep in school. And yet they give you a million bajillion assignments to do and then you can't sleep. So what was the point? What is the point? Just dozed off for a bit there. Sorry. Then, as if it never happened, Violet pulls herself up and gives herself a light slap on the cheeks. Back to work it is. Violet wouldn't have cut herself off before. She would have told Rose what she was thinking about. Rose tries not to think about it, the things she gave up. I do remember that. You mentioning it does, that does make me read this line differently. Yeah, it's like, something about that one scene in particular is like, it'll always stay with me, and it's like, I will always associate, I'll always put those same characters, those similar types of characters that count in their head in like one... And just like I understand a little bit. It's like I empathize. I am empathizing with the situation, I guess. She tries to inject as much enthusiasm into her voice as possible, but Violet's already turned back to the controls. Rose brushes her hand over the top of Violet's chair when her back is turned. She feels Daisy's eyes on them. Violet is a paranoid person. This keeps Rose and her alive, so Rose doesn't complain. Her vigilance has prevented the walls from caving in from weak windows and collapsing rubble. Yeah, it's kind of good to have someone like this around as well, though. Like, as someone who's like seemingly, like for me, as someone who's anxious like Rose is. It's like it's nice to have someone like this around. It's just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna crack under pressure. Essentially, it's like, In fact, the way she questions everything is something Rose has come to find comforting. Violet needs to know everything. That's why Violet warming up to Daisy is strange. Is it? Rose goes to sleep and wakes up twice, and each time Violet seems a little closer to Daisy. The second go around, she's actually smiling. It makes Rose do a double take just to make sure she isn't seeing things. Of course, Rose isn't against it. Seeing Violet look up from her work every once in a while is nice, and Rose has never been one for jealousy, but the circumstances give her pause. If Violet finds comfort in Daisy's presence, though, then Rose is happy for... Violet? What is the material in your pocket? Violet's still mid-interrogation. Her questions have become less pointed. Just odds and ends, scrap, just in case we need the extra material to work with. Can I see it? They lean forward as they ask the question, head craned. Violet has grown comfortable enough to Daisy that they only need to pull an inch or so against the restraints to gain a proper vantage point. But now Violet's hands are in a flurry of movement, desperately trying to create space between her and Daisy. It has the opposite effect. The contents of her pocket come spilling out, floating innocently in midair. A few spare bolts, a magnetic screwdriver, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Rose's bunny. Aw. she kept the bunny. Aw. Rose shakes her head, blinks. It's still there, though Violet is quick to snatch it out of the air. Her gaze darts from Daisy to Rose and back again. Nothing. Nothing. It seems like it has been constructed with intent. I'm able to ascertain the purpose of everything else in this cabin, but not that. That is why I asked. I love their smug face too. They're like, so what is that? So what is that? I made it. Rose can't help it. She's excited, a little flattered even, that Violet hadn't thrown out the trinket away. Sure, there's a chance that Violet just forgot it was in her pocket, but maybe... So it is, indeed, not nothing. Was it a gift? Gifts are an expression of gratitude, Violet. Violet flushes, bristling at Daisy's informative tone. I was going to repurpose it. I just forgot I had it, given everything. Daisy frowns. That does not seem... It's none of your business, all right? Violet yanks the bunny out of her pocket again, clutching it in her fist. For a moment, it looks as if she's about to crush it. But she doesn't. Her fingers uncurl. Violet? The bunny floats out of Violet's hand, unharmed, but Rose doesn't feel relieved. Violet isn't looking at Rose. She isn't looking at anything. Rose waves her hand in front of Violet's face, but she doesn't respond. Her expression has evened out, eyes half-lidded and mouth gently parted. She looks peaceful, like she's sleeping. This is scary. Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, so does this normally happen? Or like, Violet, speak to me, okay? She puts her hands on Violet's shoulders. When Violet doesn't react, she shakes Violet, and when that doesn't get a reaction, she shakes harder. Right before Rose is about to take more drastic measures, Violet shakes her head like she's hungover, her expression drowsy and movement slow. Rose? But Confusion, realization, resignation. Hostility returns to Violet's gaze. It seems to have a home there. She scoffs, shooting a glare at Daisy. Did you... She hesitates, massages her temples, whatever question she had planned to decide to let lie for now. Are you feeling all right? Mind your business. She directs the comment at Daisy, but her expression is fierce enough to make Rose feel guilty too. Violet tightens up Daisy's restraints. The tethers are tight enough to leave red marks on Daisy's skin-like surface. Okay, so you can even like have like some amount of red marking, right? I don't know if it's hard light per se. Maybe just like an android. I don't know. Don't think about it too much. I don't know. The guilt weighs heavier on Rose. Later, Rose tries to look for the bunny. She can't find it. I don't know if that was like maybe she was having a flashback to something, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it was something like that. It is almost 48 hours into knowing Daisy before they make their first tangible request. 48 hours. This is a long trip. Would you move my hands in front of me? Their wrists, strung together with wire and tethers, have been pulled firmly behind them, and they hooked onto the back of the passenger's seat. They wiggle their hands gracefully somehow. Violet clicks her tongue. Is it hurting you? No, the sensors that cover my body run constant diagnostics, so pain is not a necessary feedback mechanism. Okay, yeah. The robot, android, AI is kind of like inside casing, like a human and a soul, essentially, basically. I want to be able to hold things. Hold things? Like what? That, for example. They incline their head toward one of the numerous tools stored in the cart, a plier-like contraption used to crush particularly stubborn pieces of rock. It's yet another relic from when the rail cart was still being used to explore the moon, ensuring that occupants could proceed through the then fragile tunnels without issue. Violet had elected to keep it around as a safety precaution, but they've been fortunate enough to not need it yet. We're not giving you something that could crush our skulls. I will not crush your skulls. Violet turns over. She's cleaning herself in a corner of the rail cart, using dry soap on the underside of her arms. Rose is grateful she's been trapped up here with someone who actually cares about hygiene. Yeah, actually, that's probably a good point, honestly. We don't have to give them the pliers, but surely just moving their hands is okay. Fine. But she's partly see-through. Oh, well, yeah, I know I'm not really supposed to think about it. It's like sci-fi, it's like anything can happen. You're not really supposed to worry about it, but also, you know, like she formulated a body for herself and somehow it works and it's okay. It's kind of Uchikoshi logic a little bit. Which is like, yeah, so like, I don't know. It's kind of like, yeah, it just kind of works. And somehow just appeared inside the seal too without them knowing. That's also true. That's also true. All right, so maybe back to the hard light theory, I guess. Back to the hard light theory. Still, Violet glances at Rose when she carefully unties Daisy's wrists. Rose holds them firmly, but there's no need. Daisy is compliant and limp in her grasp. While Rose had held Daisy beforehand when securing them, she had been too full of adrenaline to properly register how their skin felt. It's only now that she holds both her wrists between her fingers that she becomes intimately aware of the feeling of wires under silicone. Yeah, wires under silicone. Okay, so there is like a physical body, right? So close to veins under skin. At least she thinks it's silicone and wires, but we don't know. I don't know. As she reties their hands, she is struck by the uncanniness of their texture. Whatever the material, it's certainly not skin, but it's a close approximation. It feels almost human. Her hands rest on theirs, and she finds it comforting. It must be hard. Rose startles, her eyes snapping to Daisy. Violet, too, has jerked up her head, her arm aloft mid-scrub. What is? Do you not get homesick? Where did you get that idea? Daisy tilts their head as if deliberating. When someone is away from someone they love a long time, do you not miss it? Do you feel homesick? Well, of course it isn't great. And sure, it's stressful. Violet puts away her soap, pauses. She looks thoughtfully, like she's seriously considering Daisy's question. But I'd say homesickness is the least of our worries. The moon itself is fine. There's a reason we studied hard to come here. We care about preserving it, preserving your creator's technology. It's the circumstances that have trapped us here that make things suck. It's like... She clamps her own mouth shut with an audible click in her teeth, turning to Daisy. Then, huffing, she looks away. Rose doesn't get it. Like super tsundere, okay. So you two love the moon? That's... admirable. It must be admirable. To care for an inhospitable environment that fails to care for you. Their hands clasp together, as if in prayer. It isn't that deep, don't think about it. But it was a lovely image, a lovely idea, you know, in writing, right? It's not that the moon fails to care for us, it's just a place. There's nothing to take personally. It can't love me, it can't hate me, it just exists. But you prefer Earth. Violet shrugs. Sure, if I had to choose. Like, just for example, you can't really eat cup ramen in 0G. Not that there's ever even any up here in the first place. Violet's face goes a little red. Is she embarrassed about the example she chose? Rose misses the cup ramen too. It reminds her of her late nights back at the center, back at Earth, the frustrating, desperately long simulations, the hours spent underwater in the buoyancy lab. Both of them shivering, Violet leaning into the warm steam from the styrofoam cup. Toweling off, averting her eyes from Violet as she peels off her suit. Rose would do a lot to taste that ramen again. Oh, well, she's maybe she's embarrassed because she's thinking about the same memory as well. Cup ramen. Did I see Daisy's expression shift just now? Or did I just imagine it? So if you could eat cup ramen on the moon, would you prefer it over Earth? It was just an example. Look, Violet turns to face Daisy properly. It isn't that deep. The moon just isn't my home. That's all. Violet, having finished cleaning herself up, goes back to tinkering with the controls. Daisy's gaze turns to Rose. And you? And me. Is the moon your home? Or is there something that needs to change first? Well, I do like the moon. It's pretty. I've always thought it was. And? And? Daisy's head tilts the other way. You are hesitating. What disappoints you about the moon? I will not judge. I'm simply curious. Oh, these two really are cute together. They are. And once again, I got sucked into the writing, and I forgot it's time for the second break of the stream. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. I'm going over the burp screen. All right. How long do I have? A minute and 30 seconds. All right, well, I guess see you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over here, go back to game screen. A little bit of a shorter break because I'm too engrossed in the story. It said an hour and a half on how long to beat. Which, you know, this game just came out today, so who's to say, really? I think that was, I don't know if developers themselves can like input the amount of time that they think the game will take. This is the definitive edition. It's the definitive edition, so I don't know. It's like, the game came out, I think in 2023, the original one, and then this version, was it just today? Yeah, just today for this definitive version, and then originally it came out on 2023. So, I'm guessing that that's about correct. Maybe the developer as well had some input in that number, but it's like, if that's the case, it's like, I'm guessing like maybe going around the 3 hours for this stream. So like maybe an hour more. Hopefully. And back into the game as well. She's never really liked the smell. Everything else she could and had learned to live with. How her hands stung when she over-sanitized, a frequent occurrence. How the food was tasteless at best and clung to her teeth. And even how incredibly tedious it was to go to the bathroom. She's never gotten used to the smell, sterile and itchy in her nose. The moon smells like a doctor's office, artificial and empty. Not that the satellites smell much better. She'd take any scent from Earth at this point. Coffee shops and garbage bins alike would be a luxury. Anything but the chemical near-vomit-inducing sameness. If you had to choose, what would I want to smell? Something that is indisputably Earth. Schoolfields smell like dirt. I like the way that the memories kind of cut in as well. I don't know, it feels like they're very good like transition points into like, they're abrupt, but they don't feel like super unlikable or unwelcome, you know? For no reason, I have never saved at all. And that's crazy. So let's go and save. Yippee! Alright, cool. Alright, back we go. They smell like grass too, but most of the time it's just too hot or too cold and the grass would just die, painting the ground a shriveling, scentless yellow. But dirt is reliable. When Rose was little, she thought brown sugar and dirt were the same stuff. She'd shovel some dirt into her mouth the first chance she'd gotten when her parents' backs were turned, coughing out pebbles just as quickly as she'd stuff them in there. In her defense, it seemed like a worthwhile experiment. If it was really all the same, she'd be surrounded by a near infinite supply of treats. True. Actually, you know what? I'm so on board with this. You should not have done that. She hasn't tried it since she was a child, yet they scold her as if there's something she'd done mere moments beforehand. Rose dips her head sheepishly, chuckling. Lesson learned. There are security cameras aimed at the fields. The fields, sure, but Rose knows the blind spots. Everyone at school does this. Every other week there's another announcement crackling over the intercoms because someone didn't clean up a Johnny after using it. Daisy sighs, disappointed parent, hands clasped behind their back as they walk a step ahead of Rose. Their serious expression doesn't suit them. Rose has to stifle another laugh. What actually suits Daisy? It's not as if Rose would know. What do you think? Pardon? Daisy gestures at the baseball field. It's late at night, lit like Rose is in a movie, everything shrouded in unreal blue light instead of disappearing under the cover of darkness. A garden. Nice, isn't it? You've only seen in pictures. How do you like it? Are you actually like manipulating with my memories, or is this just like of my own doing? What are you doing right now? Rose finds it hard to believe that anyone would call this a garden, but she chalks it up to Daisy's limited world experience. It's a nice gesture regardless, so the least she can do is breathe in deeply and... Oh, it really does smell like flowers. Daisy's steps have widened. They're making their way to the center of the field, where the pitcher usually stands. Rose hangs back, unsure if she's meant to follow. Daisy gives no indication one way or the other. They stand there with their backs turned, hair drifting in the windless air. They're framed by the moon, spotlit by its light. Rose is struck by how lovely they look, their perfect, otherworldly grace. They look so comforting standing there in the dusty, barren field. They look like they belong there, more than Rose ever did. An ugly feeling rises in her throat at the thought. I only wish you could see this during the day. The moon is beautiful, but it's not. You'll be up there soon enough. I want you to see as much of the sun as you can, while you still have the chance. Am I going to die? They tilt their head to look at the moon, sighing. Eventually, no system lasts forever. Don't worry, I will die first. You can die? You are right. There are better words to use. Can you come here? They say, their back still turned. Though neither of them have had to raise their voices to be heard, the space between them yawns and aches. Rose starts running towards Daisy, feet thudding against the ground. Grass tickles her ankles, and the night air stings her face. Her hair whips against her skin. The painful distance between them refuses to close. Daisy! It is only when Daisy turns that Rose suddenly finds herself mere feet away. Their eyes meet, and Daisy takes an unexpected step forward. Rose tries to stop, desperately trying to find purchase on the ground. But gravity is against her. She stumbles over wet grass and tumbles headfirst into Daisy. She tries to stop, desperately trying to find purchase on the ground. That's an interesting use of purchase. Again, it's like I've never read a book in my life, man. So that's how I feel sometimes. I'll take note of it. I'm taking note of it right now. It's like, that's cool. They yelp as she hurtles into them, the field crashing into their backs. The dirt is a shock against Rose's skin, colder than anything she's felt on the moon. For a moment, she's too aware of the beating in her chest. The ground has scraped her knees. She rolls over. Daisy is breathless beneath her. Which is odd. Daisy doesn't breathe. Rose remembers Violet asking in a faraway dream, a distant memory. This is not. They pause, frowning, before their expression turns to a neutral smile. It seems you've gotten my dress dirty. The confusion passes. Rose sweeps herself away, laughing. Who wears a dress out in the dirt? Many people do. You do. Though you do not seem like it. Rose scratches the back of her head. Well, you know me. Oh, a little cyber romance going on? I'm trying to discern if it is, or it's like, or if Daisy, if they're doing this in order to like basically go back into your memories essentially and work out your trauma in order to get closer to Violet. And maybe they're also doing the exact same thing with Violet, to be honest. Maybe that's the case. Possibly. I can't tell if this is intentional or if it's just, I don't know, if it really is maybe possibly a romance between these two especially. Well, you know me. Never grew out of being a tomboy, I guess. She forces a weak laugh. For a moment, the moon is unbearably bright. Every hidden part of her is exposed, laid bare to the world. Her knees burn in the cool night air. Daisy is looking at her. Daisy is looking through her. Do you feel like a tomboy? I was just thinking, a dress must feel different when you choose to wear it. Yes. Daisy nods, letting Rose sidestep the question. Rose breathes. She feels the thrum of her telltale heart. If you wish to be called that, you can be called that. But you want to like wearing dresses, like me. Rose stares at the sky. Dresses have always felt so heavy on me. A company event with politicians and cameras and too many eyes, bile rising in her throat, a flash of pure white in the crowd. But yours, you wear it like it weighs nothing at all. Do you like it, your dress? Or do you just wear it because you can't imagine not wearing it? Because you've been wearing it your whole life? Because you don't know what you'll be without it, because you don't know what's underneath, because you feel like you can't take it off. Daisy hums, considering. I can move freely in my dress. I do not feel its weight. And they smile at Rose. I like the way it feels on my legs. I know what is under my dress. I can take it off whenever I choose. My knowledge base indicates that humans find nudity uncomfortable outside of certain contexts. You could consider it a professional courtesy. Daisy's smile turns conspiratorial, like they're in on the same secret. Would you like to see what is underneath? Wait, no, I that's not what I... Daisy laughs, not unkindly. To answer your question, yes, I do like it. And you want to like it too. You can choose. Rose swallows. Daisy doesn't push the matter further. Daisy has so many smiles. Rose can't read the one on their face now. Enigmatic, almost melancholy. What? Nothing. You reminded me. You are the second person to ask if I like wearing my dress. Rose opens her mouth to ask who the first person was. Well, it is either Dr. Rain or Violet, right? The answer shivers through her. She can't speak. Daisy taps Rose's leg. Shall we get up? Right. Rose stands up, gently stepping back to put space between them, but she's held back by a tug on her waist. She looks down. I think Daisy is imprinting herself onto Rose's memories, and whoever she is replacing was in a romantic situation with Rose. That's how it feels, but it's also... No, actually, I think it still works. It still works. I think it was like I was taking it like literally, like it could be like literally right now, but I think yeah, you're right. It's like somebody else before this and just having Daisy be the stand-in. But I think Daisy is willfully doing this. Again, it's like uncover your past, uncover your trauma a little bit. I think she's willfully doing this somehow, some way. Daisy's hair is caught in her belt, strands tangled into a dust bunny, no longer the ethereal thing their hair should be. Shame blooms in Rose's chest. She pulls away. That just makes it worse. She's painfully aware of Daisy watching her. I'm sorry. Because I can't imagine any other reason why Yeah. I think it's just like they're replacing like they're replacing some sort of other person, some sort of memory. Okay. She tugs frantically. It must hurt Daisy, but all they do is place a comforting hand over hers. Hey, you're fine. You're doing fine, Daisy. Hey. Violet's grabbing her shoulders, shaking her awake. Rose blinks blearily into focus. The dream slips away like sand. Rose, you... Okay. All right. She's threading her hand through her bangs, clearly trying to steady her breathing. This wasn't a dream, right? I mean, you saw something just now, weren't you? There's something ever since you... She clamps her mouth shut, gesturing wordlessly. It takes Rose a moment to register what she means. By the time Rose manages to nod, oh, are you seeing the other side of it? Or are you... What are you seeing? By the time Rose manages to nod, Violet has spun away from her to approach Daisy, who's looking at them mildly. Innocent Daisy. Since you showed up, we keep drifting off like this, daydreaming. It's your fault, right? Okay, so that was what it was. That was what happened the other time as well. Cause they did say, like Daisy did say, it's like, hey, I'm meant to be like emotional, like something like emotional support as well, and that's why they're still essentially experimental, right? Where it's like we don't need an AI to do that, essentially. So they never got out of the experimental phase, essentially. That was Daisy who said the last line, right? History. You're doing fine, Daisy. Oh yeah, it was Daisy. You're doing fine, Daisy. Way to go. You're unlocking memories. Way to go. Maybe they were just like cheering themselves up. I don't know. Since you showed up, we keep drifting off like this, daydreaming. It's your fault, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh, okay. You just admit it. Okay. Don't you dare try to... She stumbles, trying to reorient herself, clearly unprepared for Daisy to accept the allegations without protest. So you are doing this, you admit it. Guiding individuals into introspection to improve their mental state is one of my many beneficial functions. Though some unexpected errors occurred while assisting Rose just now, apologies. Daisy tucks their bound hands under their chin, like something that is resembling a thoughtful gesture. Violet looks like she might explode. I didn't comment on that, but that scene in the field was my favorite in the game so far. That was really, really good. I like that. Beneficial. You think distracting us in a life or death situation is beneficial? She punctuates her outrage with a wide, sweeping gesture. Rose, still groggy, watches the exchange with numb fascination. Surely you realize how dangerous that is. Rose was just keeping watch, but what if her hands had been resting on the wrong lever? She slips into one of your daydreams and bam! She snaps her fingers. She unseals the door and we're all dead. There are safety measures in place to ensure such an incident would never occur. Yeah? Safety measures? Your safety measures. You just admitted that... Violet closes her eyes, her chest heaving as she struggles to calm herself down. Daisy watches her patiently. I don't want you messing with my head, so stop it. Thank you for informing me of your preferences. I will be sure to take your feedback into account when determining how best to assist you. So you can go against it. You can be like, wrong. You're wrong, and I'm right. So therefore, I don't care. Okay. Was she talking to herself or was she calling Rose Daisy? I'm not sure. It's all like, the game in general is like very, like slightly ethereal, metaphorical, you know, like that sort of, it's not all set in stone essentially. So with that in mind, it's like, I guess it could be interpreted many different ways. I'm not sure how I think I would interpret it as the idea that it's like, you're doing great, Daisy, and they're saying that to themselves. They're saying that to themselves. So therefore, you could say like, I'm doing, like, you're doing great, Rose. And like Rose could also have the ability and the confidence to one day say that to herself as well, right? Because she very obviously needs to do that. I would say that. I would take that into consideration. Unlike the feedback that Violet just gave to Daisy. This does a little to soothe Violet. Rose intercedes before Violet lunges at them, placing a steady hand on her arm. Violet, it's all right. Just take a breath, okay? Violet gives her a searching look. After a moment, she lets out a long sigh, an ounce of tension finally leaving her shoulders. These things happen with experimental software. We've been through worse up here. Remember the incident with the food recycler? Oh, wait. Sorry, did the wrong voice there. That was Rose talking. Sorry about that. What we need is more important than a minor blip. We need food to live, and Daisy to diagnose whatever's going on with the heart. Violet's disgruntled expression remains, but breathes out another sigh. This is the best Rose is going to get. All right, but I don't want this happening again, understand? She directs this towards Daisy. Their fingers intertwine as they nod. If that is what you prefer. They sit calmly in the passenger's chair. Compared to Violet's barely suppressed turmoil, they are the picture of serenity. They're a little over 1,600. I almost thought it was going to say they're a little over 1,600 hours into their journey. Because we've been mostly measuring it in time so far. So I was like, we're what? We're how long into the journey now? When are we going to get there? They're a little over 1,600 kilometers into their journey when the rail cart can't continue anymore. Their tracks have warped, not beyond repair, but certainly beyond use. The magnetic clamp strains to gain a foothold before giving up entirely, costing them precious minutes as they reconfigure the system to get moving again. It's probably best we don't push it much further. If we do, we run the risk of not being able to start it up again. We don't stand a chance of making it back without it. Rose appreciates her optimism. Leaving the cart means removing Daisy from their constraints. Not that they have been of any use anyhow. Violet clicks her tongue, annoyed, but doesn't say anything as Rose unties Daisy. Rose can see the "I told you so" in her eyes. Daisy wrings the tension out of their wrists. Does it? Oh, you said you don't feel pain, right? I do not. They flick their wrist one more time before letting them rest at their side. Their skirt, finally freed from the wires, billows out around them. Just casually mentioning that they've been in the car for 2 months. No worries. No worries. It's all fine. It's all well and good. I was like, what is the scope of this game? No. We're okay. We're fine. You can also see the temperature like slowly rising as time has gone on within the game because we're getting closer and closer. So it looks right, the way a wilted flower finally given water does. Leaving the cart means donning their suits. Rose pulls them out of their container, handing Violet hers and receiving a curt nod in return. Daisy peers as Rose changes, but doesn't comment. Hey, give her room. It's fine, they're just curious, right? Something shifts in Violet's expression, blah, blah, blah. She turns away. Aw. I like the spacesuits. They're kind of cool, right? It's like little, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, like a skirt with leggings, I guess. I don't know, something about it. It's nice. As they finish, Daisy clasps her hands together. They lean over in the air, letting the lack of gravity turn them. It is good to see that these remain in proper shape. May I voice a concern? Violet frowns, pulling her sleeve down. Of course. Daisy drifts closer, gaze tracking over Rose's suit. Rose, your suit does not fit you. Did something tear? Oh, sorry, that was Violet. Did something tear? There we go. Did something tear? No. It is in perfect condition. Violet scowls. They were sized and custom made for us, so it should fit her fine. Daisy's finger traces over the rim of Rose's skirt. Rose swallows, their fingers retract. It is not life-threatening, merely an observation. Violet sighs, but she looks at Rose's suit with a new concern. How do you feel? She's not just asking about the suit. It's all right. Is it too loose? Too tight? She moves closer. Rose can see her expression shift into engineer mode, like she's trying to find a fault in Rose's wiring, and she reaches absently for Rose's shoulders, patting them down, checking for clearance and interference fit. At her touch, Rose is immediately alive, aflame. Violet looks up, meets Rose's gaze, and there's something in her eyes for a fleeting moment. Rose moves back immediately, burns, and looks away. Boiling kettle. Here is the stovetop. Rose isn't the quick study. Violet is, but she's finally starting to learn not to touch. It's not, I'm just aware of it, it's all. It's not a big deal, I can live with it. Let's go. Rose doesn't see that flickers across Violet's face. Doesn't see the hurt that flickers across Violet's face, the real and sudden regret, but Daisy does. Yeah. Violet clicks on the radio in her helmet as she turns toward the door. Before they step outside, they hold down one of the buttons on the outside of the suit. It takes a few sputtering seconds, but the rockets under her feet start up. At this step, there isn't something holding the two of them back from the pressure. They likely crumble under the weight. There we go. What if I just did the rest of the stream in this voice? It is so it's so not appropriate for especially for this game. I love doing this voice sometimes though. It's like, oh look at me, oh boy. Rose grips the side of the cart to stay stable. Violet follows her, one hand braced against the door. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like a Lilo and Stitch voice or something. It's like the voice of Stitch. I don't know. It's something that I certainly have in my repertoire. I'm sure that I'll find use for it at some point. I can't wait. I can't wait for whatever that stream game may be. Rose grips the side of the cart to stay stable. Violet follows her, one hand braced against the door. Ready? Rose looks at Violet's reflection through the inch-thick glass of the door's window. It nods at her and pulls back the door. I'm starting to see the benefit of third-person narrator here. If it was only told from Rose's POV, we wouldn't get the extra insight into Daisy's character that we've been getting. That's also true. That's also a good way of looking at it. I was gonna say like the fact that like for example, it just said like Rose doesn't notice the like Violet's expression. Like that is something that we can only get from a third person like narrator. But it's also like the entirety of Daisy, I feel like benefits. The entire existence of Daisy benefits from like a third person narrator as well. It was really well considered. I don't know if like, do you have to like write the story? You write the story in first person and then you're like, okay, at some point I'm going to turn this, you know, you play around with like the different tenses and it's like, okay, I think this will probably work maybe. And the different viewpoints that you can play around with, maybe. There's a moment of stubborn reluctance from the door before it finally gives way. The pressurization seal breaks with a telltale hiss of escaping air. One thing I will say is that we saw it in the beginning. The preference is, apparently there's choices to be made. There has not been a single choice. I guess there's going to be one choice in the entire game, maybe, possibly. It's at the very end of the game. It's like, who would you like to talk to? This person, Violet or Daisy? I guess maybe it's that. An unpleasant whir spills through as the door grinds against the cart. Accumulated lunar dust on the outside frame sweeps inside. The door yawns open. It's so quiet. With the rail cart stopped and the heart broken, the tunnel is deafeningly silent. All that's left is a gaping maw of darkness beyond the threshold of the cart. The terror of the situation comes back to Rose, rather. Off we go then. Violet hesitates. Rose opens her mouth to say something, but Daisy speaks first. You require my guidance. They float forward with a smile. Their dress billows out behind them, unfettered by the clunky suits that cover every inch of Rose and Violet. Violet sighs in annoyance, a harsh rasp in Rose's in-ear radio, and pulls herself through the door. Rose follows. I will say that one thing I've noticed as well is like the game slightly stutters a little bit with, I don't know, with certain lines. It stutters a little bit, kind of in the same way. If you were there for the Ever 17 stream, a character starts singing and it's really awkward because the game starts stuttering through that, and it's like, this is awkward. It's just like for regular dialogue, obviously, so it's fine here, but like in the other game it was kind of awkward. I also noticed that like my computer starts whirring very, very loudly during those times, and then it just goes back to being normal for whatever reason. The path ahead is somehow darker than the sky that greeted Rose outside the satellite. Illuminated by neither the heart nor the rail cart's headlights, the inky darkness is broken only by the occasional flicker of damaged battery-powered bulbs and the flashlights attached to their suits. I like this. I like this piece of artwork. I'm just looking at it now. It looks so, I don't know. It looks so slightly cartoony. It's kind of nice. Even those feel more like a handicap with the shadows they cast, pulling at Rose's imagination. Beyond the few feet of visibility they manage to fight for, everything around them gets swallowed whole. With their senses limited, it's hard for Rose to discern how narrow the tunnel actually is. All she can feel under her hand is the weave of lunar stone and wire that makes up the wall. All she can see are the faint forms of Violet's suit and Daisy's silhouette. All she can hear is Daisy's murmured instructions, Violet's tense questions. For all Rose knows, the rest of space around her could be a cavernous expanse reaching far above her. Sometimes, with only moments to spare, she catches her leg before it slams into the skeletal remain of some long-dormant excavation tool. They fall into an uneasy rhythm. Violet will issue a sharp warning, and Rose's rocket will thrum, hoisted high above the object until any chance of contact is long gone. Everything connected to Rose obeys Violet unthinkingly. That was a good line. That was a good line there. With the intense pressure crushing down on them from all sides, a careless bump could be something far more serious. They're not in the satellite anymore. It continues on like this for what feels like forever. Every flicker of light from their suit brings another wave of shadows dancing along the tunnel. Every narrowly missed accident throws her into another fit of anxiety. Rose swallows hard. She thought she didn't mind being alone. She realizes that she never properly understood what that word meant. Just keep your eyes on Violet's back. Violet's back is solid. Rose traces the edge of it with her eyes, blue and firm and solid. It's the only steady thing in her vision. Even Violet isn't safe from the shadows. Daisy's silhouette is the only thing unaffected. They float a few feet ahead of Violet, guiding them ever so closer to the heart. They don't glow exactly, but their sheet skin seems immune to the tricks of the tunnel. They move through the oppressive quiet with effortless grace, blah, blah, blah. In a void that feels surreal enough to be hostile, Daisy is an exception. Violet's working hard to protect them, to protect her. If Violet wasn't there, there's no way that Rose would be. Not a chance. They don't let people like Rose up here easily. She's smart, sure, but there are plenty of people who are smart. There are plenty of people who don't get lost in their own dreams, who aren't so fallible. Violet's textbook perfect. Anxious, maybe, but even her anxiety is by the books. The realization hits her with new clarity. They've been drifting out here for nearly a year, and the entire time, Violet has been keeping them both alive. Yeah. Well, don't count yourself short. At least from the way the beginning of the game started. It's like, well, yeah, but also, I mean, you've been out here for a year, like at the beginning of the game, right? So it's, at that point, it's like maybe she's just given up a little bit. She is the solid ground beneath Rose's feet. She is the oxygen burn. She is the impossible gravity. She could do all this on her own. She doesn't need Rose's help. She doesn't need anyone. Her retreating back speaks for itself. That's probably why. Rose? Rose blinks. Violet's still moving ahead, but Daisy has turned back. Or have they? She can't tell. Daisy is the clearest thing in Rose's vision. They're sitting in one of the school's stairwells, feet bare against the uneven leonium tiles. This is Earth, but their dress still floats, forever beyond the pull of gravity. Daisy is pretty. Rose lets herself think that, without trying to force the thought out of her head. You had something you wanted to ask me. Oh, yeah, it's like I've been trying this whole time as well to figure out, is like, is this person, this stand-in person, is it like, is it supposed to be like younger memories of Violet? I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. I think it's like a separate person entirely. Oh, yeah, she did, didn't she? Sort of. Her brain skitters through thoughts as she tries to land on something appropriate. Are you free tonight? I am free every night. But I appreciate that you can make jokes. My influence, no doubt. They smile, a noise resembling a laugh tickling their lips. Rose doesn't think that she's ever heard Daisy make a joke, at least not intentionally. Sorry, Rose's hands fiddle with a string-worn friendship bracelet, the sort you can either make yourself or buy overpriced on the web. Self-consciousness washes over her. It's hard to find the right words, I guess. I know what I want to say, but it is all right. I understand. You do? Of course, I understand everything about you. Bill. Why did hold on? Did they send us into a dream stupor like right now as we're walking? Isn't that kind of dangerous? Why did you do that? Okay. All right, fair enough. Daisy blinks. Their expression doesn't change. Rose, I see how you look at me. They said it so kindly. They're trying to spare Rose's feelings. It makes her blush like a high schooler. High schooler? How old are high schoolers these days? She is. Well, it is all right. There is nothing to be ashamed of. What you are feeling is not abnormal. What I am feeling. Part of me thinks it's Dr. Moon. I forget her name. Dr. Rain? I think Dr. Rain is supposed to be way older, though. Like, if the characters right now, and we don't really get an age, but, like, the characters right now are, like, late 20s, for example. Dr. Rain definitely died like a few years ago, and at that point, she was 89. She was, like, 89 years old, so, like, way, way older. Unless it's, like, I don't know. I doubt that's the case. Also, Dr. Rain would be busy working and not dealing with this shit, to be quite honest. If she really did make like an amazing AI that she did, it's like she'd be busy working. What the hell? So, oh yeah, I forgot she was a grandma. True. If the answer to that is anxiety, Rose is already well aware. She may feel guilty over the multitude of things she probably shouldn't, but her anxiety isn't one of them. But Daisy has a different answer. Jealousy. When someone makes you want something you do not think you can have. When someone makes you want to be something you do not think you can be. When someone makes you not want to be alone. They pause. Rose reels. But if I am wrong, all you have to do is tell me. I do not mind. I would prefer it, actually. Because it would be sad if I was right. It would be painful. Rose can't speak. The second she starts talking, she won't be able to stop herself. But it's weird, right? To want something from someone so different from you. Daisy is not human. Daisy is inhuman. Even if Daisy is every bit as perfect as the moon, they cannot and can never be human. Even if a human is every bit as flawed as the moon, they cannot and can never be Daisy. Rose's hands rise toward her chest. It is all right. They reach out. Their fingers seem indecisive about their own state, transparency crawling further up their arms before extending all the way back again. It flickers. Rose does not take their hand. I can sympathize. I wanted many things from my creator. I wanted. Their arms seem to flicker. But I am, she is, was, is human. You are human. I underestimate their own potential. Humans underestimate their own potential. You think what you want will be forever out of your reach. You think you do not deserve your own desire. You think it would be selfish to want anything more than what you have. You think, for you, it would be like defying gravity. You think you are bound by your humanity, by the facts of your flesh. You are resigned to your fate. Daisy smiles sadly, and for a moment, Rose sees them with new eyes. She sees them hunched over a cluttered workbench, sweeping hair out of their face, shrugging off their lab coat. They look so tired, so fond. Humans are capable of so much change. But you think you do not have what it takes. You will never make it there. You think you are a burden. You think putting a name to your desire will make it real. They stare out at the window, their face aglow with moonlight. Here we are. Give it a name. Tell me, what are you afraid of? That is okay. The scenery around Rose twists, from a school stairwell to the steps leading into a machine and back again. It is scary. It is different. To say goodbye to something that was a part of you. You were scared the first time you left gravity behind. It changed you. You felt the burden of your own body, not for the first time, but it was the first time you let yourself feel it. And if you liked it, and if you want to stay that way, even if it could be for the best, you might. I might. Daisy's face is blank. She can feel the ground shake against her feet. Her neck is pushed back against the momentum of something. Hey! She fights it, reaching out as Daisy's eyes go dark. They look at some place beyond Rose before focusing once more. They hold themselves steady, but when Rose puts a hand on their shoulder, they seem to crumple under the weight of it. This is not your job. Taking care of you? Keeping me company. I am not human. I was designed to be alone, to exist in my own orbit, to provide my own gravity. I will do my job, and then I will cease to exist. But that's not fair. We need you. And you need us. They close their eyes, shudder beneath her hands. When they open them again, the ground no longer feels like it's rocking. Let me correct this. I'm sorry. Daisy's hands twist in their lap. They rise, towering over Rose in an instant. It is all Rose can do to not shrink away from Daisy's hands on her cheek. Their fingers are so cold. Rose. Rose's vision splinters. Look at this. What the heck? Ooh, look at that. Oh man. Okay, I haven't been interrupting it. I've been like so locked in. I'm just like reading it and it's like this is really, really good. I'm so locked in. But it's like it's also like it feels it's so good. Like doesn't it feel like some of this could be like, I don't know. Some of these lines are like the types of quotes that you could collect for yourself in like a little notepad if you're like that type of person that likes to collect different quotes from different things that resonate with you. There are like a few lines in like the last thing, the last scene that is just like I love the writing of this. Like this is relating to me. Like I'm relating to this. So it's like I would want to write them down. It's really, really pretty. And also this is pretty as well. Look at this. It's crazy. It does not shatter. It splits into I know what it is. It's infinite. Infinitesimal shards. You know what? Hold on. Gosh darn it. Okay, hold on.
Infinitesimal.
Infinitesimal. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, Google. Infinite. Cool. All right, continuing. Let me actually hold on. Let me move this back over here, and then we can tap back into the game. Gosh darn it. Rose blinks and the shards flutter, winking in the celestial glow. Each one of them contains a fragment of Daisy's form, a glimpse of their dress, the starkness of their skin, the pulse of her eyes. They dance around Rose in an orbit of potentiality, painting a chaotic constellation that steals her breath away. Actually, yeah, I do have a list of quotes I really like. I could see some of these quotes being added to them. Yeah, it's like some people are like that. I tried to keep a quote journal at some point. It just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. I always forget. It's like sometimes you're just in the moment and it's like this resonates with me now, and like, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of everything. So I don't have one anymore. But I feel like it's one of those good habits to have. At the very least, when you grow old, you'll always have these quotes to pull back on. So it's like you'll seem really, really wise, you know? You'll seem really, really wise. There are as many daisies as there are stars, each one of them different. A different promise, a different end. That's a different word. Maybe the game just spelled it wrong. Maybe, possibly. There've been... I mean, it's very, very slight. There's been like a few typos, but that's like literally it. It's still like not completely... unreadable or anything like that, like struggling. It's not the friggin' Never 7 translation, let's put it that way. It's not Never 7. So in one word, they are a mother, lullabies encoded in their voice. In another, they are a commander, their figure standing tall against the expanse of nothing. In another, they're Rose's lover. Their touches are intimate, their skin no longer cold and uncanny, but comforting, wrapped around against every fragment of loneliness Rose has ever known. Their forehead presses against hers, and Rose can feel the tears sparkling off their cheeks, the forever smile on their face, and the hitch of their breath as they kiss her. They're kissing her. They're kissing her. They're kissing her. Violet's... Oh, it is. It is, yeah. They've slowly, like, turned into Violet. Rose! The illusion breaks, and Rose can hear her breath again. Her breath fogs against the glass, hot and heavy and near suffocating. If she was more solid in her own body, maybe she'd be embarrassed about it. For now, all it does is block her vision. I have a list of quotes I like on my Steam profile bio. That's a good place to put them, especially if it's like game related specifically. That's like a good place to put them, because then like you get to share them with other people as well. It's not just something for you at that point. You're always constantly sharing it, which is nice. Daisy. Violet's voice is an octave higher than usual. Daisy. Violet's voice is an octave higher than usual, ringing through the Rose's earpiece. Something's wrong. Rose's shoulders raise, pressure rising as she tries to identify the issue. The glass clears. Daisy's holding her helmet, their hands gently cupping the back of her head. Their lips are planted lightly on the frame. Get away from her! Daisy, right now! With a lingering touch, Daisy pulls away. Their hands float to their side, soft and steady. What is it? Violet ignores their confusion, pushing past them. She grips onto Rose's hand fiercely, gaze narrowed as she scans Rose. Rose can feel the grip of her fingers through the suit's padding. Are you okay? What the hell? Did you... Violet, I'm fine. Violet stares at her incredulously. Rose's voice sounds unnatural, even in her own ears, pitched higher than usual. There is no pitching higher than usual. There's none of that. I can't do it. She does feel fine, though. The fuzziness in her head, the stinging around her eyes, those have begun to fade as Daisy's touch grows fainter and fainter. Okay, so Daisy is a troublemaker a little bit, I will say. Violet shakes her head. She spins around to Daisy. You promised to stay out of your head. Our heads. She punctuates the phrase by shoving a firm hand into Daisy's chest. It almost goes through them. I mean, the chest is like a gaping hole. Like, you can see that too, right? Daisy floats a few feet back as Violet advances. Rose remembers suddenly the way Violet defended her back at the center when there were 2 recruits out of 100, her entire body drawn tight with precise fury. She realizes Violet has positioned herself between Daisy and her, physically shielding her. I said at the first sign of trouble, and you're making Rose lose her damn mind out here. One wrong move, and she could... How could you even pretend this is a good thing? I'm kind of agreeing right now, to be honest, though. It's like, why now? Why now of all times? Rose was scared and lonely. And you are, too. Violet rubs a hand down Rose's helmet as if to wipe away any trace of Daisy's touch. Under the moon's pressure, the palm of her hands almost hurts. If this was any other time, any other place, any other moment, this would make Rose lose her mind more than any spell Daisy could cast. Huh. The pressure of the moon. I don't even think I've even thought about that, to be honest. And her eyes, so full of painful concern. Rose pulls back. They were trying to help. I do feel better. You can't seriously mean that. Rose does mean it. She feels strange, but the tightness in her chest has loosened. The darkness in the tunnel isn't as crushing as it was before. Daisy is here. Violet is here. Rose smiles and pats Violet's hand as it reaches out for her. That was kind of strange, yeah, but Daisy's experimental, and old tech if it was Dr. Rain who made you, right? She looks at Daisy. They incline their head towards her. I welcome feedback for any actions you find strange. You welcome the feedback, sure, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's true. You did stay out of Violet's head, so Violet scoffs. Whatever. If I'm the only one sane enough to realize that making out with our life support system while the moon shuts down around me is a bad idea, then that's fine. I can save our lives by myself. Violet twists out of Rose's hand, heading down the path with newfound determination. Any retort that Rose could have had drowns in the bile rising in her throat. Daisy lets Violet pass. I am failing to aid Violet. Yeah, well, it happens. Well... Rose watches Violet's back get further and further away. She hugs her arm to her chest. Violet is too far away for her to even think about bridging that distance. She doesn't know what to say to Daisy. She doesn't know how to comfort Daisy, if that even is what Daisy needs. Rose disables her microphone. Violet's protective. In any other situation, she'd be more agreeable. Being up here for so long hasn't been good for her. She should be out somewhere else taking care of something else. She is lonely, and she is trying to hide it. The bluntness of her own inadequacy brings the tightness back to Rose's chest. She swallows. Loneliness aids no one. Daisy turns, following after Violet. She's made a frightening amount of progress in the time the two of them were talking. I do not have a solution. Loneliness is something utterly foreign to me. When Dr. Rain sent me up here, I communicated with the Earth until I couldn't. It was a simple fact. You say that, but I mean, you're always correcting was. When Dr. Rain sent me up here, you know, it feels like you two are kind of similar, slightly similar in some ways, right? Violet and Daisy. But I do. pressed the wrong button. But now also is a good time to save just in case. Just in case we need to. Alright. When Dr. Rain left me, sent me up here, I communicated with Earth until I couldn't. It was a simple fact. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I will do so right now. And actually, I'm gonna probably, what time is it? Oh, break is in a few minutes, actually. I'll wait for that. I was gonna say, I'm gonna turn on my heater a little bit after this. But yes, I will hydrate right now. Thank you. All right, thank you again. I also turned up the atmospheric volume because there hasn't been music in a while, so it should be fine. Should be okay. I could not provide her companionship. Similarly, her absence did not make me. I do not have a solution. I do not have a solution. They're kind of funny though. I don't know. There's something about it, like in a very morbid way. There's something very funny about that, where it's just like it doesn't bother me anyway. Like back me and my deep dank trauma, and it's like but anyway, it doesn't bother me. It's fine. Yeah. They repeat themselves, floating forward. But Violet is correct in that focusing on fixing the heart should be our priority. So why'd you do that? Their hand hovers above the space in their chest. Rose follows, turning her microphone back on. The path to the core is lighter. Rose stops second-guessing every movement. Violet's instructions become more sparse. Violet can see the chipped plates that line every wall give way to exposed and colorful wire, just as Violet warns her to avoid them. Except in her dreams, Rose has been weightless for the past almost year. Even the tunnel pressure had pushed in from all sides, keeping her afloat. That would be kind of crazy, right? If you never had to, if you just been in space, weightless entirely, consistently for the entire time, that would, as a human, that would I don't know if you ever get used to that. I mean, it's a year versus, I don't know, the 20 plus years of your life, 20, 30 plus years of your life. But it's man, do you ever truly get used to that feeling? But as the path leading up to the core scatters its light, the mounting pressure crushes her down. It's as though her suit is suddenly remembered it has weight. Her body becomes a heavy anchor that pulls her down, then up, then forward. It feels like she's walking. It's an alien sensation, one she hasn't felt in a long time. She feels like a child again, learning how to take her first steps, shuddering steps forward. Rose, don't push yourself. Violet's strained voice is enough to make Rose aware of her own fervent breathing. She swallows, hums in acknowledgement. Rose has never been to the moon's core. Obviously, she is not a specialist. She's a general maintenance worker, trained to interpret system readings, not to work on the core itself. She's been briefed on theoreticals and emergency situations, sure, but this... She always thought that half a century's worth of engineering genius would never fail. She never even thought it would be a real possibility, even with the moon catching a chip off its skin. Yeah, it's time for break. Okay, cool. I see it now. All right, it's time for another break. I will be right back in 3 minutes. I'm gonna turn on the heater so I don't freeze. I don't freeze to death. Let me go over to burp screen. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. See you then. All right, I am back. Back over here. Put this over here. And back over here. All right. I will say it's a nice thing to have this be like a little bit of a later stream in the night, if that makes sense. Like it's almost 1 in the morning. And it's like, I don't know, the vibes are like very, very good for like a nighttime, a game to play during the nighttime, if that makes sense. To me, at the very least, to me. She bites her lip as the light is cut into long Hold on. Also, let me tab into the game. Did I do that? Yeah, I did. Okay. She bites her lip as the light is cut into long searching fingers, worming through pieces of debris. Her eyes sting, unused to the sudden light. Careful. Daisy pulls her back just in time for Rose to narrowly avoid a piece of sheet metal. It tumbles past her, nearly twice her height, before slamming into a much smaller piece of lunar rock. The metal crumples in on itself instantly, like paper. Rose swallows. It's very atmospheric. Yeah, very incredibly atmospheric. The metal crumples in on itself instantly, like paper. Rose swallows. Are you all right? You can't be freezing up now. We can't save you every time. Violet is right. Rose wants to move faster, but it's so much harder than it has ever been before. Her arms stick against the side of her suit, trapped and sickly against the bulk of light. She's pushing concrete just to move a finger. Even her tongue feels heavy in her mouth. It's an effort to form words. I can't. Rose sighs through her earpiece. I know, the suits are just pressurizing. We've crossed a certain threshold. It sucks, but we're almost through. Hearing the strain in Violet's own voice brings some kind of comfort to Rose. Rose isn't the only one struggling here. Somehow, it makes it a little easier to bear. Before long, the warp track for the cart comes to an end. Half of it remains firmly on the ground, while the other stretches and twirls up into the air, around the bend at the end of the tunnel, to the core's entrance. Again, I'm sorry to harp on about this. It's almost likely the end of the game. Maybe this, like, probably actually the temperature meter, rather. Maybe that's like a mark for, like, the end of the game, or like a high point in the story, or you know, many things of like that nature. Sorry to like harp on about this, but I was like, I remember the very beginning when it's like voice volume choices that you can make in the settings, and it's just like, man, it's like, wait, what? Those were options? I guess there's gonna be voices at the very end. I don't know if there's gonna be like a song or like singing. It's like, it's funny. It's funny, like, wait a minute, voices. I didn't think, honestly, when I saw that, I didn't think I'd have to be doing a lot of voices for today, but never mind, I was wrong. We'll see about Never 7. We'll see about Ever 17, rather. We'll see about that tomorrow, but that's fine. It's okay. The tunnel has shifted, dropping down and then out into the core. They need to float across. This shouldn't be an issue, not in space, but the suit that prevents them from being crushed also threatens to slam them into the ground. Daisy floats across unaffected, hands tucked neatly behind their back like a specter. Traversing the gap is not a problem for Violet. It's like she's skipping over water, catching herself when she falls by timing blasts from her rocket just right. It's elegant, like a dance. She leverages herself against the ends of the warp track. Rose isn't good at dancing. She throws herself forward and nearly falls past where Daisy and Violet rest to the side of the tunnel. She flies forward towards the edge of the metal railguard and into the abyss that stretches through the bottom of the moon, gaining momentum as the suit's pressurizing system flails. The rockets under her feet whimper, threatening to give out, but Violet catches her. Violet's hands shake with effort as she slides down the track, one hand pressed against the warp metal tendril and the other pressed against the inside of Rose's arm. I could use some help here, Daisy. Daisy. Daisy is silent. Violet heaves and Rose scrumples up, her rockets regaining their steadiness after a few moments. Oh, you know, actually, this is a very apt description. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Freaking Girls' Last Tour. Girls' Last Tour is kind of like this. I don't know why. The idea of just like almost being in a near death scenario and then like having the other person save you. It kind of reminded me of that. Girls' Last Tour is like a manga. It also got an anime adaptation, and both are really, really good. The anime isn't finished, but like I think there's value in experiencing both, to be honest. But it's kind of like this. Well, it's kind of like two girls, like, you know, like cute girls doing cute things genre of anime, where it's like cute girls but they're in the apocalypse essentially. But it's not super overtly dark or anything, mostly but it kind of has that vibe to it where it's just like it feels so lonely, and like these are the only two people in the world essentially, or in this case the only two people and an AI as well. So Daisy is silent. Violet heaves and Rose scrumples up, her rockets regaining their steadiness after a few moments. Only then do they catch Daisy's silhouette and what lies beyond them through the gap in their chest. Within the moon's celestial bones reside the heart. It sounds very familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen it. I recommend it. I mean, it kind of depends on your taste. Like if you're not somebody who tends to watch like those sorts of anime or like those sorts of anime to begin with, then maybe it won't be for you. But I really, really enjoyed it. I tend to sometimes I watch like I get on, well, it hasn't happened in a while, but like when I was younger I used to get into a binge of watching like the cute girl anime things. So because like K-On! is I love K-On! So much. I love K-On! So much. It's so great. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's not about music. It's not about being in a band or music, you know? It's not about that. It's about so much more. So, I don't know. I think it kind of depends on your taste, though. Rose has seen diagrams of the heart. On paper, it had looked similar to every other piece of intelligent technology, a mess of wires and circuit boards whirring to keep it alive. Save for the scale of it, she probably couldn't have picked it out from a scrap heap. That was then, this is now. The diagrams weren't even close. An intricate web of crisscrossing metal pathways, useful on Earth during its construction but pointless now, led to one's gaze up to the heart with wiry skeletal elegance. Oh, I see. I thought the heart was actually the bottom piece there. No, it's the one glowing piece. Okay. It almost makes me think of a place farther than the universe. Oh yeah, that one as well. That one as well. I'd say that one is a lot. Well, but for the most part, I'd say that one is a lot happier, and it generally has like there are other people aboard the ship, right? Even if it feels like a deeply personal story. So it has like a generally lighter atmosphere, but I could see that as well. I can see that comparison. So if it forms a pulsating network of veins and arteries constructed from the narrow marrow of the moon's metallic body, reaching out towards the core. But none of them reach the heart. They all curl away before they get close. The heart is cradled in this network, the swirling debris only accentuating how plain it is compared to everything else, the white hole against a painful textured background. Is this the part that is supposed to... So it's supposed to connect somehow with Daisy, perhaps? It's as if someone punched a hole through a photograph, an utter void of white, a silent and broken monarch. There's only one other place Rose has seen something this so ethereal. Yeah. Daisy, is that yours? Daisy's gaze has not left the heart. Their expression remains the same as ever, a clinical smile and a vacant lack of distress. Yes. So you're broken. Violet's voice is thin from the pressure. Daisy doesn't have the presence to even hum in acknowledgement. I see. Yes, I am broken. In retrospect, it's obvious. The gaping hole in Daisy's chest, given how humanoid they looked in every other aspect, it should have been plain to Rose that that wasn't normal. Okay, so you guys can see it. You just chose to ignore it a little bit. Yeah. But Daisy hadn't mentioned it, and Violet hadn't either. Foolishly, Rose had assumed this was how they were meant to be. Just like Rose had grown used to the hole in the moon, so too had Daisy grown used to the hole in their chest. You can only carry a scar for so long before it becomes just another part of your body. See, like lines like that, you know? Daisy flinches from Rose's hand, flickering. Their body is translucent in uneven blotches. I don't know, I didn't catch that before. The heart is her heart's. Oh, I see. Right. I was gonna say, I didn't say this before, did I? I was gonna say, is like, what if she's like, I don't know, she's secretly the representation of the moon? And I mean, she isn't, or rather, sorry, they aren't like secretly like the representation of the moon or anything like that. But it's also very much like, they're still man-made, but basically, essentially, they are the rabbit on the moon, essentially. Yeah, basically, is a good way of looking at it. Daisy flinches from Rose's hand, flickering. Their body is translucent in uneven blotches. Even now, they hold their expression as perfectly as ever. I am broken. The heart fell out of me. It broke because of me. Why did it fall out? Why? They're cut off by their own shutters. They're shaking in stark contrast with the only expression they seem to know how to make. Daisy. I did see Daisy as the personification of the moon, though. Yeah, I just kind of like, they just kind of give off that vibe. That's sort of, or I guess like the way that that Rose as well was kind of describing them as like translucent a little bit, right? Where it's almost like when you're looking at the moon gives off like a faint glow. So it's like, it's an easy comparison to make, I guess. Dr. Rain would know how to fix this. She knows how to fix this. She would know. She cannot know. Dr. Rain is... Oh, I am broken. Oh, okay. So you hid it from her, essentially. You didn't want her to know that you were broken. So you hid it from her. That's why we're having issues now. Okay, yeah. Kind of, you can, and then you can draw the same parallels between the two main characters here. I see. The first time it was a statement, a detached and impersonal fact, like reciting from a textbook. Now realization wavers in their voice. They blink 3, 5, 12 times. Rose can practically see the frantic computations spinning behind their eyes. This is an error Daisy can no longer dismiss. Rose thinks about reaching out, but before she's able to, she's pushed back. It is all she can do to hold onto Violet and not spiral down below again. Daisy's hair flutters, and they begin to rise. Now the delicate, effortless control Daisy exercised over their surroundings is a blunt weapon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Especially during these streams, it was like Daisy was trying to get Rose to like the moon. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. I didn't make that connection. But it's like, yeah, if they are essentially like the moon, well, again, they're not really the moon, but if they were the moon, right? And basically like the embodiment of the moon, and they were trying to get Rose to like the moon, I feel like this is the one choice that we're gonna make at the very end, right? Is like a choice between Violet and Daisy or something. Something along that line, I don't know. Somehow, some way, you know? Chunks of the moon and lost scraps of metal no longer drift aimlessly, swept up in the invisible current of Daisy's touch. Debris swirls around them, rapidly gaining speed. Violet quickly pushes them off the track's remains. She and Rose fall onto one of the rails winding up to the heart. It groans beneath them, and the impact knocks the breath out of Rose's chest. Daisy! Her voice comes out as a croak. Daisy, soaring above them, the eye of a gathering storm, everything not attached to something in the core gathers around them. Everything except the piece that they actually need, essentially. Even through her suit, Rose can hear the momentum of it all, like a swarm of flies. As she watches, the storm begins to envelop Daisy. Their glowing white form is fragmented, caught between glimpses of swirling debris. It's a matrix of chaos. The core dances with shadows cast by the flotsam, a complete transformation from the ethereal tapestry it had been mere moments beforehand. Daisy is impossibly far above them. Rose's back is pressed against a spindling metal walkway. Okay, let's take this slow. Small steps. Rose's chest slows its hammering at Violet's words. That's right, Violet knows what to do. Rose breathes out, nodding tentatively. I wonder if the parallel, because we've certainly seen parts of Rose, and the story takes very much takes place from Rose's perspective, but there's also this element of Violet always knows what to do. Like, she's perfect, right? In the same way that you could also then look at Daisy and be like, they always know what to do, they're perfect, right? And it's like, in the same way that secretly Daisy was missing a piece, then Violet is also missing a piece. Or I don't know, maybe it's supposed to apply to both of them, really, to be honest. Rose's chest, yes. Rose breathes out, nodding tentatively. Good. If the heart is supposed to be in Daisy's chest, then her breath stutters. The moon's pressure is heavier still. The idea is that the wind blowing through the hole in Daisy's chest, making a whistling sound, is so eerie. Oh, that's also a good point. That's weird. That's weird. That's like, I don't know, a little bit of body horror, a little bit, slightly. Then we just need to put it back. Simple as that. We float up there, grab it, and get it to them. Got it? It's not that simple, and Violet knows it. But it's enough to ground Rose. If Violet says it's simple, it must be simple. She nods and glances back at the heart. It sits above the chaos, just where it had been, somehow a neutral party to its own havoc. She rocks off her feet and pushes. Remembering how to jump is strange. Bend down, store power in your legs, push off. Like walking used to be, like floating now is something that feels more awkward when you think about it. And impossible in these circumstances. Rose's fingers ache, pushing against the soup's depressurization chamber, or depressurizing system. Sorry, there's a depressurizing room in Ever 17, which in turn groans against the moon's presence. What should be saving their life is now only another barrier. This isn't working. She eases back into the ground. Daisy seems so far away now, a speck of glowing white that blinks out of view as debris covers them. The only thing further than the heart at the other end is the art. There's the heart at the other end of the core. Rose wonders if Daisy has had enough control to keep the debris from hitting the heart. Maybe they're also doing that intentionally then. Yeah. No, we're not giving up. It's not as if Violet is having any better luck. She keeps losing her balance, bracing herself against the railing that threatens to collapse under her grasp. Don't stop trying. We'll try, climbing up to the end of the pathways and jumping from there. We'll use the momentum to fall into the abyss. Violet falls quiet. She's thinking. When the moon crashed into the earth, it was Violet's thinking that kept them alive. She was the one who thought to detach the cumbersome transport hull to reorient the resource distribution to focus on supplying them and them alone. Ah, okay. Again, it's like everything is like, wow, Violet is so perfect, but also what if? It'd be no stretch to say that Rose owes her life to Violet. But Rose is thinking too. About sleepless nights spent waiting by the receiver, about tears fought back in dim corridors, about holding each other to sleep, a ward against the crushing fear. Violet used to hold Rose all the way into her dreams, shielding her against the cold, unforgiving vacuum of space. Rose thinks of how to get to the heart. It's funny. How to get to the heart. See? You get it? It's funny. She looks so awfully close. It looks so awfully close to how the moon had looked, peeking through her apartment window, small and white and perfectly round. Her constant companion, desperately out of reach. She recalls an earlier conversation with Daisy. Daisy, who wants to help. Daisy, who knows what Rose wants. Daisy helping her patiently towards her own realization. Daisy who needs help. The least Rose can do is trust them. Rose reaches up to her suit. Violet catches on to what she's doing before she's touched her zipper. Don't you dare. Violet scolding her is nothing new. It always comes from a place of concern, a belief that Rose should know better. Is she gonna take the suit off? She did. I mean, she could do that. Like, Daisy did say, like, yeah, it's like, you could do that. It's like, I could try and support you for, like, a little bit, essentially. That's crazy. That's wild. Violet scolding her is nothing new. But Rose has never heard her sound like this before. It takes a second to recognize the waver in her voice. Terror. Violet! Don't you dare take that suit off. Violet's thick glove wraps around Rose's wrist, tight enough to hurt. Daisy will protect me. It's their job. Are you insane? You can't... Listen, Rose. We can still make it. We just need to try. I can help you. We know how the moon's pressure works. Our suits will kill us. Not as fast as wearing them. Not as fast as not wearing them. Daisy might protect me. So now it's might. Rose falls silent. Violet tries to run her hand through her hair and is stopped by her helmet. Rose, please listen to me. This is literally suicide. I know you want to have faith in Daisy, I know. But you can't just jump on the first half plausible... No, it's not even a little plausible. It's a stupid idea, and you're going to get yourself killed. Do you have a better idea? We can barely stand. We can think of something. I just need time to think. We're running out of time. She gestures to the space around them. Pieces of debris smash into each other, splintering. So that's it. You're going to make me watch you. If you want to leave me so badly, then... Violet takes a shuddering breath. Just give me a second. Let me think of something. Her grip tightens, and Rose can't help but pull away. The motion is enough to send Violet, who had been resting her weight on her, careening, her balance lost. Her helmet bangs off the side of the railway, and Rose winces. Violet, I want to do this. You want to kill yourself. Trust me, Rose, please. Daisy wasn't protecting you before, and they're not going to start now. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. Hello. Hello, Mina. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? What were you playing? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Courie Cosmos. I am the messenger of the universe and the galaxy. Just here today playing well, actually a newer indie game that came out recently. So it's called The Moon Looks Beautiful. This is the definitive edition. This came out literally today. Although it originally came out in 2023. So we're seemingly at the end here, or like the climax point of the game. So if you have any interest in playing it whatsoever, I would recommend you skip. This game is literally free. There's no reason not to play it unless you just don't have the time, which is fair. But it's literally free. So yeah, something to consider. I've been really enjoying the story so far. It's so like the vibes. I know it's so like generic to say, but it's like the vibes are so good. You know, they're very very good. It's so great. So. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Kenneth. Thank you. Welcome on into the group of star stuff within the galaxy. If you hope it's been fun so far, it is. It has been fun. It's been very nice. It's been sad, depressing, but you know, in a good way. Yeah, yippee, yahoo. So, I would say that for sure. We were giving her anime recommendations. Ooh, that sounds nice. We've been talking a little bit about anime as well. I was talking about how this game most reminds me of Girls Last Tour, which is like very similar, like two girls kind of alone in the world, like post-apocalypse kind of thing, kind of deal. So. But I hope it was fun. If you need to, you know, take a break, relax, get some water, all the good stuff, feel free to do so for you, Mina, or anyone else as well. But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Trust me, Rose, please. Daisy wasn't protecting you, and they're not gonna start now. I know you're delusional about Daisy, but did you just call me to Lulu? You really think that's it? She can't keep the incredulousness out of her own voice. Rose, if you trust me, if you care about me at all, you won't do this. You won't make me watch. I trust you, V. You know I do. I always have. I care about you. I love you. Violet blinks hard. Rose, But you're wrong about this. Daisy has helped me. They've helped us. Even now, I know they're helping us. Look. Rose gestures at the storm. Not a single piece of debris has hit us. That's true. Aw, that's nice. That's very nice. We were just talking about that too. Definitely looking forward to this now. Yeah. I love Girls Last Tour. Like I love the anime, I love the manga. I think I was just saying it's like I love I think you get the best experiencing both. honestly I think both are required, but it's I love that franchise so much. So not a single piece of debris has hit us. You see it too, right? Everything is moving in one direction with parabolic trajectory. And the way the light is diffracting. If it's it's Violet, so it's Vi actually. Oopsie daisy. Vi, when we restrained them, they trusted us. They didn't want us to kill them because they knew it would only hurt us. They trusted us. I want to trust them too. I want to help them. Rose takes a step back, then 3 more. The effort it takes to balance on top of the railguard is infinitely harder, but she manages, keeping Violet in her sight the entire time. Wait, that's... Violet pulls herself up with one shaking hand, the other reaching desperately out towards Rose, but she's just out of reach. That's so cruel. It's insane. You can't just say that, aren't... Her breath catches. Aren't you scared? The light, sure, but we don't know... You can't... You can't just... Aw, the bunny! Aw, the bunny survived. Rose's bunny falls out of Violet's pocket. Oh, she still kept it. Aw, okay. Alright, fair enough. You got me with that, game. You got me with that. Rose's bunny falls out of Violet's pocket. She must have moved it from her internal suit to the shell when they left the railcart. It's so small. Rose made it because she wanted to, because she liked doing it. It pauses in the air for a moment before being swept into Daisy's swirling orbit. Within seconds, it's nothing more than another colored speck in the void. Violet's hand rests in space where it had been. Ah. Yeah, I'm scared. Rose. All Rose can hear is the soft hiss of air escaping her helmet. Well, hopefully everything is fine. Hee hee ha ha. Hopefully, not. It's always doomed Yuri, isn't it? It's always doomed Yuri. But It's not like she needed reminding. If you're exposed in space, you're dead. Common sense. The human body is so fragile, so resilient. You know instinctively you will drown if you swallow the ocean. There are dozens of articles on the matter for curious little children too far from space to even comprehend how to be afraid of it. Literally what I was just talking about earlier. It's just like I read the thing. I read that article in middle school, and I was like, that's terrifying. Space is terrifying. Crazy. But anyway, I still like it. Blood frothing and skin crystallization became unsafe to preserve the naivete that lets them appreciate illustrations of ballet dancers among the stars in picture books. Ebulism, hypoxia, hypoapnea, radiation exposure. Your blood will boil in its veins. Is that what gives Rose the courage? Because she's naive enough to think she's safe? Enough to think that trust can make the difference. Rose gasped for impossible air. Her vision blurs before coming into focus. All that registers is the air on her cheeks. It's thick and damp, more like the heavy humidity of a summer day than the freezing expanse of nothing she's come to expect. But the humidity is far kinder than the 1,000-odd degrees Celsius she knows the air should be. It's Daisy. Does Daisy even register it? That they're protecting Rose? Does it matter? Chunks of the moon and metal whiz by Rose's face, remnants of Daisy's chaos. The pocket of space they created leaves cool echoes against her hot skin, but they don't hit her. She can feel Daisy's care around her, the guarantee of their love keeping her safe. With the helmet off, the rest should be easy. It can't be Daisy speaking. Daisy is the nucleus, hands covering their face and hair whipping wildly in the windless core. Perhaps their voice is a final delusion before death. She doesn't mind it. It's a lovely last dream. She pushes on. Rose's hand reaches to the back of her neck. Her fingers, clumsy in the thick fabric, struggle to find hold, but then, with a soft click, she feels her helmet fall away. Shedding her suit is painful, freeing, like ripping off an old band-aid. She has to pull her arms out, one after the other, from its rapidly depressuring system. The outer layers are gone first, stiff plastic and metal frames slinking in. With them fall her flashlight, spinning wildly into the darkness before Daisy's torrent picks it up. I gotta say, it's gotta suck, though, to be Violet, right? Because we were saying at the beginning, it's like the world has essentially abandoned these two. It's like, wow, we care so much about them, you know? And it's like they don't care. They don't give a shit. So it's like, oh man, it must suck, really, because it's like, I don't want to be alone in space. I don't want to be alone in space. No. What are you doing? So it's like, I get it, but also, her radio and her useless oxygen tank joins it soon after, the latter hitting a piece of floating debris and puncturing, imploding in on itself, sending a gust of hot air into her bare face. Even if it doesn't kill her, the shock of it should at least be painful, but it's not. This is completely unrelated, but the plot being centered on the moon got me thinking about an old 90s manga I read, Please Save My Earth. Now I want to reread that. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Please save my Earth. Please Save My Earth. As an anime as well, apparently. That's like a shoujo. It's like a shoujo manga. I see. It's so 90s. It's so 90s. I'm just like looking at the art style. It's so 90s. That's crazy. But it looks like the aesthetic. Oh, I see it. I see an image on IMDb of like the girl and the guy, and like they're looking at the Earth from presumably a planet. I don't know, some planet, maybe the moon. That's beautiful. That's really pretty. I'm gonna go see. I might watch it. I might watch it. It looks kind of like, it looks very, very good. I never saw the anime, so I don't know how faithful that is. Oh yeah, you might get varying qualities of the anime adaptation. So there is that. Yeah, shoujo is my favorite genre of manga to read. Oh, I see. My favorite genre, I think my favorite genre is... I like to... I think I just kind of read whatever, though. I don't know, but I don't have a lot of experience in reading, in probably reading a lot of shoujo manga. So I wouldn't know a lot about it. But that's interesting. Huh. It should be painful, but it's not. It's not painful, it's bittersweet. Rose unfolds, stretching their limbs. Their suit falls away. They're free. She's free. There's no wind in space to blow away the very first footprints left on the moon by those earliest explorers. When the sun is out, Rose looks out at the satellite's window. At a certain time, at a certain angle, the sun casts a shadow, and Rose can make out the remains of prints left behind. But though they seem permanent, they're not. A monument that could easily be brushed away with a hand, or another footprint. As pretty as they look, there's nothing protecting them from a better imprint. Rose opens their eyes and brushes it all away. They catch the reflection in the helmet as it floats away. It stares back at them. Their face, warped and fish-eyed, is wet. Then, the helmet turns, showing them nothing but its dull plastic backside. We are talking about Rose here, right? Like, it's... Up until this point, the game has used, I believe, pretty consistently she, her for Rose, and not, like, she, they. So I think, I'm pretty sure it's symbolic, right? I'm pretty sure it's symbolic. I was getting, like, a little bit, I don't want to, because I don't want to, and I'm allowed to have any interpretation that I want. I mean, that is true, right? I don't want to maybe say something that's, like, that I wouldn't have firsthand experience of, but it was giving, like, kind of some of the scenes with Rose and Daisy where they were talking about the dress and different things like that. It's like when you're forced to wear it, when you're not forced to wear it, different things like that. Is like, it's for some people it could be read as like maybe like the trans experience or something along those lines. And so again, I didn't want to speak to things that I don't have firsthand experience of, but it was kind of giving like that vibe to me. So I don't know if this is also kind of intentional in that same way. They catch the reflection in their helmet as it floats away. It stares back at them. Their face, warped and fish-eyed, is wet. Then the helmet turns, showing nothing but its dull plastic backside. When the heart first stopped, Rose thought they knew genuine silence, but there had been the clank of metal shifting, the dull hum of oxygen systems running on backup. What they hear now still is not true quiet, but the debris spinning around soundlessly is jarring. They see Violet out of the corner of their eye. She's screaming, or maybe she's in shock. It hurts to see her like this. But Rose doesn't hear her. They have more important things to focus on. The amount of control Rose has over their own body is foreign. It takes them to where they need to go. It feels like shedding a great weight. Debris parts for them as they glide smoothly to the heart. They skip over the gap between the end of the walkways and the heart like it's nothing. When they glance down, they can make out the bottom of the core's shadowy depths with their bare eyes. Let me take a sip of water here also. All right. No fear leaps in their chest. Daisy will not let them fall. It doesn't take long to reach the heart. Up close, the heart is small. It's made up of the same stuff Daisy is, white and emanating a soft glow. Unlike Daisy, however, it is not clean cut. What it appeared to be a perfect spear from afar is covered in cut wires and dull bumps. Drops of fluid leak out in dribbles, falling upwards. Not falling, torn out. Rose reaches out. Like the rest of Daisy, it's cool to the touch. They need to untangle it. Good thing they're good with their hands. Nice call back there. Rose knows they are good at this. They trust their body, their fingertips, and they begin. Each motion is deliberate, their fingers navigating the web dexterously without the cumbersome gloves of their suit. But the heart is not easily freed. The anxiety that they shed with the suit returns, creeping through their chest. They pinch too hard and one of the wires fall to dust under their grip, trickling down the heart before stopping just short. It broke once, it can be broken again. They breathe through their nose and try again, from another end, tracing wires to their sources, untangling the snarl. Violet was wrong. It could never be that simple. It's just there's so many knots and the heart is so stubborn. Daisy can't help them with this. Rose feels humiliation sting their cheeks as desperation starts to grip them. What if they hurt Daisy? Now you second guess yourself. Okay, Violet, I'm trying my best, all right? Like, I need you to be quiet for a moment. Violet's hand reaches over Rose's shoulder with a pair of wire cutters. All right, there you go. At least you're helping. I was like, are you really gonna backseat this? No. She's good. Her bare wrist reflects the heart, light as she deftly sniffs a knot away. The heart slips down. Rose can't help but stare. Violet, careful. If you don't grab it when it's loose, it'll get lost in the abyss with everything else. I'm going to need you to guide me a little, okay? Okay. Rose watches Violet as they place their hands over hers. She's almost the same as she was before, the way memory will almost align with an old photo album. Her lashes to her nose, her steady hand on Rose's own, a deep ache in Rose's chest eases. Rose missed this. They missed Violet. And maybe Violet missed them too. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to snip in the wrong place. Looking at you like what? Violet scoffs good-naturedly, smirking. Don't get shy now. It doesn't become you. It doesn't become you. There we go. Okay. Violet. Thank you for coming up here. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, I also didn't point it out, but you know, she's out of her suit as well now. So, you know, we just hope for the best here after all this is done. You better. Every second I spent taking that thing off felt like 1,000 years. Even now, Rose can hear Violet breathing, real, alive. It's only when Rose's hands, their own firm, real, competent, beautiful hands, nearly clear the heart that Violet speaks again. Can I be honest with you? I'm really scared. But what scares me so much more is... The heart slips out from the wires. Rose yelps. It floats dangerously close to a rapidly spinning chunk of guardrail before veering off course. The heart practically tosses itself into their arms, pounding against Rose, its wire remnants fanning over their shoulders. Good catch. Good catch. Are you alright? Rose? Yeah, sorry. I'm just really happy you trusted me. Violet clicks her tongue. Rose can hear its echo above the swirling debris. Save that for when this is all over. Daisy's chest is still empty. So you do care, huh? Violet looks at Rose incredulously. Well, yeah, I care about not dying. Uh-huh. Rose reaches out a hand to Violet and she takes it. Their hands fit snugly together. They push forward into the storm. Rose doesn't feel the need to brace for impact. The whirlpool of jetsam around Daisy's Daisy parts for the two of them like a sea, closing around them when they've passed. Pieces of warble pass Rose's ears, distorted cymbals that hum rather than clang. The bubble has grown rapidly since it first formed. Now, not just picking up pieces of loose debris, but ripping off anchor components. It's thick, bearing down on them from all sides. They can't see Daisy. Daisy! They push closer to the fragments of light they can see through the storm, the heart pulled closer to their chest. They break through to the center, Violet clinging to the loose ends in their suit. Oh. The space around Daisy is still. All the chunks of metal they've come to control float several feet away, cocooning them. Their hair floats behind them like a pair of wings. They covered their face with their hands. Daisy isn't crying. They likely weren't given the ability to. Supplied with functionality to feel loss so that they are motivated to avoid it, but given nothing to understand grief. It's cruel. Daisy! They don't respond. Violet glances at Rose. Rose pushes the heart into Daisy. The heart does not take to Daisy's chest. In fact, it does the opposite, pushing away from Daisy like the same ends of a magnet. It flings itself violently back into Rose's hands. They dig their fingers into it, this weightless. Rose and Violet are standing on the gangway to the ship. Violet has endured the long procession of family and friends hugging her. Oh, this is another memory. I was like, what's happening here? It's another memory. Okay. The long procession of family and friends hugging her, crying on her shoulder, telling her that she's going to save the world, politely nodding at Rose. Rose can see the question in their faces. What are you doing here? Rose doesn't have an answer. That must be Mom and Dad over there, at some remove from the cluster of Violet supporters, standing like a funeral procession. They look sober, old. Even before the NTIS, space was too big for most people, a new hostile world. Something that made you feel helpless, something to be feared, something that warranted a weighted goodbye. Go in regardless. People stand like dots below, far enough away that their waving arms look like seagrass. It feels like the college send-off Rose never really got. I was a little confused if they meant like that's Rose's mom and dad, or if that's Violet's mom and dad. Because it seemed like Rose has had a kind of a hard knock life, right? So it's like, if you had the instinct to run away from home at one point in your life, it's like, I don't know. Perhaps, maybe it's the same. Maybe it's maybe it's actually their parents. Rose wonders if they're broken. They find themselves searching for what? Rose sees it out of the corner of their eye, a flash of brilliant white, a lab coat. For the first time since stepping out into the sweltering heat, Rose feels a leap of recognition choke them. Dr. Rain. Oh, it really is. Well, it really is Dr. Rain. Oh, you were right, Black Blue. I think, or partly, possibly. Yeah, like the connection there between Dr. Rain. Okay. She came off to see you, just like she said. Well, of course, according to the profile you built for her in your memory, constructed diligently through your time with her, she never lied to you. Never. How old would she be at this point? I don't know if I have a grandma voice. I just have this voice. Rose. Something's wrong. How could anything be wrong? Dr. Rain is here. Your training data emphasized that many humans tend towards religion and in moments of emotional distress. Many people see God in everything. And you are built in the image of humanity. You see her in the swing, arms reaching tenderly towards you. You see her standing tall in the steel scaffolding of the service structure. You see her even in the tiny frangible nuts bolting the boosters to the platform, winking at you like her bright eyes. That was difficult for me to read for some reason. I don't know. My brain was struggling with that one. She came to say goodbye. Yes, it is a goodbye. When you have accomplished your mission, you will return to Earth to Dr. Rain's lab. You will return to watch her eat cup ramen over her workbench. Okay. I like the connections. You know when your brain just makes the connection, it's like, yeah. Okay, the connection, like, to her, it starts basically all the way back from Daisy, then to Dr. Rain, and then to Violet as well. That's cool. That's neat. You can already imagine it, shoveling noodles into her mouth ravenously, too impatient to let it cool, burning her mouth. Wait, it did seem like Daisy's memory now, not Rose's. Possibly. I don't know if it's like direct, but I don't know if it's like direct one-to-one memory. It could be. I mean, I was not expecting this game to go like full Uchikoshi, so I don't think that's the case. But like you can see the parallels. It's just like in the same way that it seemed like Violet somewhat seemingly has like a great respect for Dr. Rain, and then it's like Rose is essentially being like, you will, like, I believe in you. You will be the next Dr. Rain. Like, I know this to be true. You shouldn't be up here having to deal with all this, which is what she's been saying, like, basically the entire time, right? So, you informed her that cup ramen does not adequately meet all human nutritional needs, as it lacks critical micronutrients and contains excessive amounts of sodium. Or maybe this is maybe it is. It's meant like a parallel. Maybe this was Daisy's memory of Dr. Rain. Also, I can eat cup ramen if I want. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. She laughed, smiled kindly at you, and told her she doesn't just eat cup ramen, that she only eats it when she's working late. But I mean, yeah, but she usually works late. So, you hope that while you're away, she will eat things other than cup ramen. Your hope is that she will sleep the necessary 7.86 hours for optimal brain and autoimmune function without you reminding her. Nah, I won't do that. You do not need to you do not need to hope or worry, you remind yourself, because she does not need your assistance. Dr. Rain knows everything. Oh, that's sad. That's very sad. Okay. One night, you asked her what delicious feels like. You know, in theory, that is a pleasurable experience for humans that activates when they consume food that is nutritionally enriching, a reward mechanism associated with the gustatory system. Dr. Rain told you that humans often consider fatty, starchy foods delicious, despite not being the most advantaged for absorbing vitamins and minerals. When you pointed out the latter, she seemed to hesitate for a moment before shrugging, smiling again, just like you had told her a joke. You had not intended to tell her a joke. You waited for an explanation. Eventually, she told you that sometimes humans want things that they know are not good for them. You asked her if you could ever feel delicious. She was quiet for a long time. You have learned there are many, many things you do not understand about humans. There are many things you do not understand about Dr. Rain. You do not understand why she looked sad at your question. You are concerned at these gaps in your functionality will hinder your ability to provide assistance. According to your knowledge banks, many violent conflicts between humans are a result of disagreement regarding the character of God or multiple gods. This is because humans cannot interface with their gods the way that you can interface with Dr. Rain. It's also playing around again with like the perspective where it's like where it's like suddenly this is the second person, right? It went from third person to second person. It's like you are doing this and you are doing that, like almost like an adventure book, right? The writing in this game is really fascinating. It's really lovely. So, you think it is perhaps a good thing that there is only one of you to avoid the possibility of such internecine conflicts. I also know how to read this game very well. Dr. Rain told you when you return that she will make some modifications that will allow you to taste, to feel delicious. Dr. Rain told you that the heart will provide for the physical and nutritional needs of the individual on the ship, that the heart will allow humans to survive. But it is you that will maintain the well-being of the crew. It is you that will allow humans to live on the satellite. Dr. Rain said this with emphasis on the word live. You asked her the difference between survive and live, and in your linguistic database, the two are synonyms. I didn't even realize that. It's such a smooth transition. It is. It's deceptive. I like it. After a long time, she told you to live, you must feel, but to survive, it is better not to feel. She told you many humans are forced to merely survive. She told you that it was her hope that you would be a surrogate heart. At your puzzled expression, she clarified that she did not mean that you would simply provide cardiac and life support functionality, but that you would help humans to feel. Why would you do this? I mean, it works out in the end for Violet and Rose, right? But also, why would you do this? You did not understand this. According to your knowledge banks, feeling or neurophysiological processes are conducted entirely in the brain and not in the heart. You want to ask her about it, but it was late, and you could see her head drooping down on her workbench. She kept the lab so cold that the adhesive would set faster. You brought her a heat blanket, draped it over her shoulders. I will take another sip of water, just in case. And I'm also going to turn up the volume just a tad, just a little bit. There's like atmospheric stuff in the background. Just a little bit. Right there is fine. All right. Back in the game? Okay. You had not known that you would not see her again for decades, that you would not see her before she... Rose! You never asked her. You should have asked her you should ask her when you get back. Dr. Rain knows everything. Knew everything. Knows everything. Down below, there's a sea of white, all Dr. Rain, and you can see the glint off her glasses. She is here, was here, is here, was here. Someone grabs your shoulder so hard, they hurt. Hurt? It cannot hurt. You do not have pain receptors. You do not have a human brain with the capacity to feel hurt, or to feel delicious, or to feel when feeling is not appropriate for the context of your mission. You cannot feel. You cannot understand the hands on your shoulders. You cannot understand that Dr. Rain was. You cannot continue the sentence because it's time for break, actually. It's time for break, actually. Oopsie daisy. I'm just so locked in. Okay, hold on. I'll go to burp screen. All right, cool. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I will be right back in 3 minutes, and hopefully we'll finish the game. We're like right at the end. It's like I can feel it. Like we're at the point where it's like we're kind of at the end here. So I will see you in a little bit. Alrighty, I am back. I am back. Let me go over here, go back to game screen. Thankfully, I have not a whole lot that I have to do tomorrow, so that's nice. That's nice at the very least. Is like I can continue to like go until the end of the game, but also, it's kind of wild to me because it's like so I have like when I'm studying Japanese, I use Anki partially for like some of the flashcards that I use, and it's like it's gonna reset. It's gonna reset in a few hours, like an hour or so. And it's like I need to go ahead and do my reps. And it's like, no, I'm gonna lose my streak. No. So I didn't do them earlier today. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. So hopefully I'll still be able to do that in time. Thank you for the welcome back. Rose, please, look at me, please. I'm not sad in the game. Shoot. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Rose, look at me, please. Rose takes a desperate, gasping breath like they've just surfaced from water. There's a Violet standing in front of them, looking pale and stricken, more scared than Rose has ever seen her before. Her suit clings to her unnaturally, like a beetle shell half shed. It looks uncomfortable. If Violet notices it, she does not acknowledge it. What? This is our memory. It was before we left. We were standing here on the gangway. Right? Oh god, is it really gonna go full Uchikoshi? Just like, well, how are we here? Because it was my memories of your memories and the past of the future, and didn't you know we're actually in a loop this whole time? Is it really gonna do that, or is it metaphorical or something? She looks unsure. They're still on the gangway, but nobody stands below them now. It's soundless, no wind whistling in their ears, silent like the vacuum of space. Now the platform is illuminated by floodlights, and the night sky is filled with stars that are visible from no place on Earth. But it's wrong somehow. Like I'm feeling these emotions that aren't mine. And I saw Dr. Rain. Yeah, yes. And I felt like I knew her. I remember being in our lab, even though I never... Oh, okay, so it's no. Okay, cool. It's Daisy sharing their memories with the both of them. Okay. It occurred to them at the same moment. Rose can see Violet's eyes going wide with realization. Daisy. Violet's mouth opens and closes again, like a fish out of water or a human out of air. But it isn't like the last few times. I've had Daisy in my head, but this time I was in theirs. I told them not to do this. We could be dying out there. Violet follows Rose's hand to where they're pointing, a small white figure sitting on the edge of the gangway, hunched over, huddling their knees to themselves. You are not dying. It is odd hearing that assurance from someone so frail. Their voice is the same as ever. No. There is a fragility, a desperation that wasn't there before, a slight enough that Rose almost missed it. Rose believes them. Violet takes a breath, like she wants to say something, but bites it back. Not yet. We've still gotta get you fixed, though. We won't be alive for long otherwise. She's walking down the plank like she never left Earth after all, her hand held out casually, like she's helping a small dog or an old friend. Her posture is relaxed, too relaxed for this moment. She's terrified, but she's trying to keep it together. For Daisy, for Rose. How many times has Rose seen her like this since NTIS? Shoulders thrown back, that projection of easy confidence. How many times has Rose taken it at face value? So let's get you cleaned up and... I am broken. Maybe kind of appropriate that I gave like... I gave Rose and Daisy slightly similar voices. It was just that Daisy is robotic in nature, so they have a little bit more like oomph in their voice. But now that that's less so the case, it's like they kind of have very similar voices, right? But I don't know. It's symbolism. Don't worry about it. Violet isn't flung back. She isn't even teleported. Rose simply blinks, and Violet's beside them again. Daisy seems even further away. Daisy, why won't you? I am broken. They do not say it any more forcefully than before, but it is clear that the statement is not for their own sake, a simple emphasis of the fact that for those who are there, for whoever is there. I cannot be fixed. That's not your call to make. We're the engineers here. Neither of us are Dr. Rain, but we've never found a problem we couldn't fix. Violet's begun walking forward once more, stubbornly. She glances back at Rose as she speaks, a certain fondness in her eyes. Every time she looked at Rose like that, if they're the only two people on Earth, in the world, well, Rose understands now, with sudden clarity, how Daisy felt, that yawning loss in their chest. Violet says there's nothing we can't fix, and Rose wants to believe her with everything in their body. They step after her. The heart fell out, but we just need to figure out how to put it back in. So long as you're keeping us safe, there's no rush. We can just... I cannot keep you safe. The gangway groans, its deep ache made verbal. Rose wonders if it can crash and crumple in a dream. Dr. Rain made me. Dr. Rain protected me. I was created to help others, but I could not help her. I failed her. I cannot help her, and I cannot help you. Not anymore. The stars in the sky seem to press in on them, pinpricks of white searing into Rose's vision. Daisy, Dr. Rain died of old age, right? She lived a long life. It was nothing you could have prevented. She was only human. Daisy does not respond. What, do you really think you could have done something? I should not be affected. They curl in on themselves. Affected by what? By losing Dr. Rain? Why not? That is not what I was designed to do. Yet... Daisy hunches further in on themselves like a mortally wounded animal, guarding the yawning space in their chest. I was built to make connections, to empathize. I could see your feelings. I could connect to them. I could feel them. This is what I was designed to do. It allows me to provide assistance. I saw your loneliness. I saw your isolation. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was painful. I thought it was familiar. It felt like I knew it. Why? Why? They struggle for the words, trailing off. The stars press in tighter, but Rose feels eerily calm, condensed, brief stuffed under a blanket and wrapped tightly. Dr. Rain isn't here anymore, and you didn't get to say goodbye. That's hard. It's painful. It's normal to feel that way. Violet hesitates. Neither of us got to say goodbye properly to anyone we cared about back on Earth. It was all so sudden. There's a lot I still want to do back there. A lot I regret. Regret? The two of them are close enough to Daisy that they can see the rise and fall of their artificial breaths. Rose could reach out and touch Daisy's hair if they wanted. Dr. Rain envisioned a future in which humans are capable of more than survival. A future after impact, a future after loss, a future where technology might help to fill the void left behind. That was her life's work. That was what led to my creation. Dr. Rain built me to make connections. Nothing she built could function on its own. There are no lonely wires in the core. The heart is a unification, a place where things meet, a linkage. It was modeled after a human heart, a flexible system of torsion and electrical impulse, capable of withstanding and adapting to incredible trauma. A marvel of engineering. Dr. Rain taught me that humans, too, are constructed of linkages, reciprocating motion. These connections form the basis for all complex motion. And the core and the heart approximate these connections. When a component is rejected, the effects are catastrophic. The MTIS was an example of this, a satellite orbiting too close. Many human diseases stem from this, an intrusion and a rejection. The system attacks a foreign body. It registers that it does not belong, a problem with many prosthetics and transplants. But those intrusions are necessary. It's one of the first things you learn in system engineering. No system lasts forever, not on its own. Biological or mechanical. I am Dr. Rain's creation. Dr. Rain loved Earth, loved the beauty of its biological systems. Even if those systems cannot last forever, even if those systems' lives are so vanishingly brief, perhaps it was the right intervention. Daisy's grip tightens around their shoulder, flickering fingers pushing indents into their surface. Daisy cannot feel pain, but Rose winces regardless. They feel it, Daisy's burning regret, their lonely dedication. I am only an approximation of those biological systems. I cannot know. I cannot understand. And yet Daisy finally turns to them. Their expression has crumpled entirely. Rose has never seen them like this before. Daisy's grief is so large as to consume Rose and Violet too, a horizonless loss. That day, the TV forever, it's loud, it's loud, it's loud. Change. Maybe right here, maybe a little bit louder. And we'll put it like right here. Okay. And then also turn down my end. That day, the TV forever asleep, blurry photos of the crater, the moon left behind, ruined cities, streets. It's louder. It's louder. It should be fine on stream, I think. It should be fine. That day, the TV forever asleep, blurry photos of the crater, the moon left behind, ruined cities, streets shining with blood and glass, no way of knowing if anyone was alive, the howl of the world. There are no words in any language for this sort of loss. It is the loss of everything that ever made who you are. Rose understands what it must have been like, Daisy's slumber, an eternal dream, the earth like a marble below. You have your job to focus on, to throw yourself into. If you do well enough, you can almost pretend that you'll come back home and everything will be as it was again, just for a moment, and that you'll be able to say your goodbyes, to tell them how you feel. Rose breathes in shakily. Yeah, it's good here. All right, good. Good to know. To be honest, I knew when I accepted this mission that I probably wouldn't make it back alive. Rose? Violet sounds hoarse, shaken. It's an awful sound. And I was okay with that. I didn't want to go back. It's funny, after you lose someone, how you remember all the things you've ever wanted to say. I just wanted to keep running away. I just wanted a place where I could think, where none of it could reach me. We can't change directions easily in 0G. You can't look back. It's the most Rose has ever said in front of Violet about this. They don't really talk about the NTIS. The broadcasts do the talking for them. So this whole time we've just been up here, you knew. You thought we wouldn't survive, that we'd never return to Earth. Violet's voice is still shaky. The fear in her eyes is buried under fury now. Anger is a good look on Violet. As long as she holds on to that anger, Rose thinks, she'll make it back. No, you would. I wouldn't. You remember how we got chosen. It was on Dr. Rain's birthday. I just knew that was it. It didn't seem like anything else could happen afterwards. Realization slowly dawns on Violet's face. Daisy's head lifts. I think she's saying, like, I didn't think there would be anything beyond this. Like, basically the thing the thing of my life happened. The thing that I always wanted to happen happened, and I was just like, well, this is it, you know? I don't think anything, like, my life could possibly get even better than this. It's all downhill from here. Realization, possibly. I don't know if that's what they're saying, or, like, I don't know. Realization dawns slowly on Violet's face. Daisy's head lifts. Birthday. They said it so quietly it almost gets lost in the heavy press of the silence around them. Is that why you took off your suit? This wasn't about trust at all. You just didn't care if you lived or not. And that's why you told me you loved me all those months ago. Isn't that right? The stars sing with Violet's anger, echoing around the emptiness of the dream. Her hands spasm at her sides. For a second, it seems like she might punch Rose. That's not it at all. Their voice cracks. It doesn't reach Violet, who laughs sardonically, clutching at the stuck shed of her suit. Even in this dream, it dangles at her legs. What are you alive for then? Guilt? Sorry, am I getting in the way of your suicide mission? Hell, this whole time, have you even wanted to go home? Figured you'd have one last fling before you shed your mortal coil? Cross that off your bucket list? Aw. You thought you wanted this to be our last mission together. Why wouldn't it be? Violet steps back, as if she's been slapped. Violet, you know you're capable of so much more than this. When you get back, you can have every assignment you want. Even before, you could have done anything. You could have gone anywhere. I know about the assignments you turned down. You're better than this, than the moon. You're too smart to waste your time fixing old, obsolete tech. I took off my suit because I trusted Daisy, because I trusted you to find your way back to Earth. I thought, if I could make sure Violet lives, I would do anything. Ever since I met you, I would have done anything. I wanted to take off the suit my whole life. Don't call me Vi. You can be so selfish sometimes, Rose. You know that? Never met someone as cruel as you. Rose blinks, tears burning in their eyes. They're thoughtful. They thought they were prepared to hear this. I wasn't trying to. That just makes it worse. You keep saying I'm so smart, not smart enough to make my own decisions, apparently. You made your decisions. Back then, when I told you I loved you, you told me. I told you that it wasn't the time. Violet laughs, suddenly. You can be so dumb sometimes, Rose. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're smart, smarter than I am in a lot of ways. So, you knew I turned down these other assignments to go up here. And you knew I wasn't, like, super in love with the moon. Not in the way you are, at least. And you're right, the tech isn't cutting edge. She nods at Daisy. No offense. But it was your dream to go there. It was your dream to sit on our crappy bunk beds and eat cup ramen together. I would have spent a year up there, too. What does that tell you, Rose? Listen, I was so angry. I was so angry at Daisy and at you. I couldn't figure out why you trusted them, but not me. A whole year together and suddenly they show up and you trust them more than you ever trusted me. I was jealous. Violet takes a shuddering breath. But I know. I know I've been cruel to you. I know I hurt you. I was scared that we would hate each other if I said yes, if I told you that you'd feel trapped. So I guess I didn't trust you either. I just didn't want to screw it up. I just needed more time. I'm not good with, feelings and stuff, not in the way you are. I was scared out of my goddamn mind, okay? And I was scared of taking off my suit too. It was the second most terrifying thing I've ever done. What was the first? This. She takes Rose's hand, letting go of the rest of her suit. I like you a lot. I don't want this to be our last mission together. Ever since I met you, I've wanted to tell you how I felt. When the NCIS happened, I I realized I didn't want to die wondering. I was so scared, Violet. I thought if it was us down there, if I never told you how I felt. Nobody lives forever. Our system's lives are so vanishingly brief. Daisy blinks. Too brief to worry about what comes after. I couldn't wait. Listening to that broadcast, I thought, I don't know what's coming after. I didn't care what's coming after. I gotta say, like, one thing that I'm like going back and forth on is like, is the world actually dead? Because I know, you know, if the moon moves in any capacity, right, and especially crashes into, like, even grazes by Earth in some capacity, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, to say the least, right? So it's like, I know a lot of people died from that tragedy. That's what the game is saying. But it's also like, I don't know if we're implying that we're kind of like lying to ourselves and like everyone is dead and like there's no one left but us. It's like, I don't think so, because at the very beginning we did establish that like, hey, by the way, this broadcast is from what, like 20 minutes ago or whatever. So it's like, I don't think that's the case. I don't think so. But certainly the way that they're talking right now, it certainly does feel like it, right? It certainly does feel like it. Like there's no one left to go back to. I think the idea is just that they don't know if their family is alive at this point. You know, like communication has been so limited for them that it's like, in whatever happened, in all the tragedies that happened, it's like it could have, like all their family could be dead, some of their family could be dead, who is dead, that sort of thing. I don't think it's fully dead, but it does seem like a global catastrophe. Like the planet seemed to be trusting that these two will fix whatever is wrong with the moon. I think, yeah. But I don't know. It's such an interesting thing, yeah. But there are still people waiting. There are still people waiting back, and it's just like, neither of them know what to do, really. Listening to that broadcast, I thought, I don't know what's coming after. I didn't care what's coming after. If it goes on, great. If it ends, fine. I love you right now. You're so... That's right. They've been so quiet that Rose practically forgot they were there. Kind of awkward. It's like, oops, accidentally did a love confession while you were here. My bad about that. Sorry. Now Daisy stands, wide-eyed and calm. Their voice is soft, almost a whisper. It was her birthday. That's how I knew. Every year on her birthday, I sent a message. Happy birthday. And then she sends, thank you, back. But this time, something was different, and I woke up. Ah, so that's what happened. She died and you knew something was wrong. That's why you're here. And she was gone. Daisy folds their hands neatly in front of them. Dr. Rain is not here, but you two are. I want to live with you two right now. I want to wish you two happy birthday and get more thank yous back. Aw. Although Rose specifically didn't seem to have someone waiting for her. She did run away from home. Yeah, at that point, it's like, I don't think anyone was waiting for them. It's just kind of like, whatever. But particularly in the case of Violet, it's like, there are people waiting back home for her. And that's got to be driving her insane and crazy, to be quite honest. Yeah. Until you are gone, I want to live with you. Rose squeezes Violet's hand. I don't want this to be our last mission either. Violet, you're more optimistic than me. I couldn't believe in things like the future. I want to. I want to have enough faith in myself for that. But for now, can't I believe in you two? Violet's brow furrows. I'm sorry. You took off your suit because I did. I didn't want to push you. I never wanted to push you, Violet. And I didn't want to leave you behind. Violet's fingers curl around Rose's. But I will, or you will, eventually. I know that. But for now, they pick up Daisy's hand, unfolding it gently. The hostility and the chaos from earlier still lingers, orbiting them. But here they are safe. They are together. Rose holds onto both of them, stubbornly, selfishly. Something in their chest finally clicks into place. The Earth needs the moon. The moon's pull brings in the tide, the cool breeze through the window. Maybe its orbit has changed, but there are no... Okay, well, the orbit changed a little bit. But it's still like not out of bounds entirely. Okay. There are no lonely wires in the core, right? Daisy looks at Rose. Their eyes are big and wide and bright. Stars and debris rain out of the sky. The dream shatters. Rose is next to Violet again. Violet is in front of Daisy again. Daisy's hands still cover their face as the whirlwind around them gives up the ghost, stopping their current to simply drift aimlessly. All Rose can hear is the sound of their breath as the heart begins to take. Okay, finally. We had to have that very ethereal talk. I don't know how or why we did... How are the logistics of doing that? I guess within memories. Within the same memory, we all sort of had that talk. It folds out into Daisy, a white so unworn that Rose can't make out a single shadow. Limp wires spring back into life, snaking into Daisy's chest to form mechanical veins. They hum with energy, pulsing as electricity flows through it once more. It grows so hot that Rose needs to pull their hands away, so bright that they need to squint against it. They can see Daisy smiling. The heart melts as it had never been away from Daisy, falling back into them. Seems dissipate as Daisy finally looks up at them. There's a shininess to their eyes, a substitute for a wetness that can't be there. Daisy's chest has become a beacon birthed into a machine. Its glow ebbs and flows in a familiar rhythm, the rhythm of Rose's days back in the satellite. Ah, okay, I see. Again, connecting it back to the comment that was made way earlier in the game. Way earlier. I'll take another sip of water here. All right. Before they went under, Daisy was rejecting the heart, so I guess they needed a heart to heart in order to get her to accept it. Yeah, literally, quite literally a heart to heart. I guess she didn't want to feel the pain of Dr. Rain's death, right? And it just kind of, I mean, they were basically in denial the entire time, I guess, and it was like, so to have both of them here and sort of being able to talk through it, I think is very nice. It's so the story itself is very to me it reads as like deeply personal, if that makes sense. And because it's deeply personal, there's a lot of things that are, it's not set in stone. There's a lot of things that are very up in the air and kind of up to interpretation. And so, like, the parallels themselves feel like very, very nice. Like the parallel between Dr. Rain and Daisy, and then Violet and Rose, and like that to me is like very, very nice. But it's like I can't pretend that I know 100% what is going on at every single time, always, forever with this game, right? I can't pretend that I know for sure, but I try. Oh. Am I tabbed in? Then, as though unseen conductor raised their baton, the moon symphony begins. One by one, the systems come back online. Okay. The quiet hum of electricity. The riot of scrap around them falls away, echoing down into the core's abyss like a torrential downpour. Then everything is at rest. The core is not silent in the literal sense, filled with ambient noise Rose could hear from the satellite. And the heart beats. A sigh escapes Rose, not one of tension relieved or anxiety, but of pure contentment. We did it, yay! Like the cup of evening tea that they hadn't had in a year, the noise washes over them, a wave of calm. It resonates throughout the chamber. This is not the silence of the dead and dormant. This is the noise of the living. I am, I am, I am. You too. Rose looks up. Daisy's hands cradle their chest. Their expression is gentle, so different from the blank nothingness from minutes before. Can you come closer? This is a new kind of request, different from them asking Rose to free their hands. Not a pragmatic need, but a personal one. Violet and Rose oblige. Not just closer. Rose sweeps Daisy up in a hug that Violet soon joins. Despite the heat around them, the embrace is like summer nights in Rose's bedroom, the cool breeze throughout the window. It is like being hugged by. It is like hugging an angel. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeez, your vocal cortex broke in two or something? No, Don't worry, I'm giving you a hard time. She's glad you're alright. We're glad you're alright. The ends of Daisy's hair tickles Rose's cheeks. The air's static and cradles like rain on a window. It must have been hard. I mean, honestly, it really wasn't. There's a lot of talking that needs to be done. It was a little, emotionally difficult or something. Rose frowns. Violet clears her throat. Okay, fine. Make me say it again. Taking it off was scary. That leap was scary. Of course, it was the stupidest, scariest thing I've ever done, but I saw you up there and I was so scared I'd blink and it'd be the last time I'd ever see you. And when it came down to that, it's not like I'd have a choice. Not if the other option is leaving you. But even if you've been fine on your own, I'm glad. I'm glad I stepped out. Then I am very happy. If this resulted in something good for you two, then... But we did it for you. They bite back what they want to say, the words almost tumbling out of their mouth, but Violet scoffs. She knows what Rose is thinking. She sees them now, really sees them, the way she saw them that very first day. I trust you two. But please, seriously, don't ever put me through that again. Don't ever do that again. Promise me. Okay. Taking that leap, believing in the ground, believing in the future against all odds. Rose can do that. Thank you for trusting me. I mean, I've still got to go exercise, I still gotta exercise that a bit, but... Vi, shut up, now's not the time. Violet flushes. You were right. Okay. Violet startles back into a stare. What? About it being okay. In several minutes, they'll remove themselves from their embrace. They'll wipe away their tears and figure out the logistics of things. How to return to the rail cart, how to return to the satellite, how to report this to home base, how to deal with Daisy. But these are minor hiccups to work out in the future that they've decided for themselves. Rose is anxious, but they are not afraid. They've already taken a step through the terrifying ordeal of being themselves. For everything else, they have Violet and Daisy. Do all their stomachs still turn a bit? Violet does not want to have any more regrets. Rose does not want to dwell back with the future in front of them. Neither of them want Daisy to be alone, not when they've learned all the love the moon has to offer, of all the love the moon deserves. The heart beats from its inside too. The moon looks beautiful. Aw, that was nice. A game made by Team Cetacity? Hopefully? That's it. That's it. Okay. So so this must be, oh, I don't know I don't know the program specifically, but it's like remnants of like Rempy. Oh, it's fine on stream actually. To everyone who feels like the right time will never come or has passed by them, to everyone who didn't feel like they got to say goodbye, thank you all for playing. But thank you for making. Aw. Aw. Aw, that was nice. That was nice. Father Fishbowl, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Even though stream is kind of just ending, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining. That was nice. I think I can turn... actually, I'll leave the volume right here. All right. So that was The Moon Looks Beautiful Tonight, Definitive Edition. Interesting. This game did not. This game was not what I expected at all from the game. To be quite honest, it wasn't this at all. But I still really enjoyed it. You can be like pleasantly surprised and still enjoy what the game has to offer. And like, this game had a ton to offer. Had a ton to offer. Let's be real. So, wanted to join before I whisked away. No worries, no worries. But have a good rest of your day or night or whatever time it is. Bye bye. I'm pretty sure that was the first time someone made a text-to-speech program and made it sing a song. It was? Oh shoot, is that really? Oh, that's so cool. Is it... Do you know the name of the song? If you happen to know, feel free to share, or like anything about that. I can also Google it. First text-to-speech song ever. Daisy Bell, 1892. I posted this the video in Discord. Thank you. I have to check this out. I can't believe 1892? What the? That's crazy. What the? Damn. And we think we freaking think Hatsune Miku is the hot shit. It's like obviously not. They were doing this in 1892? I love that. I love that. I was gonna say like you know how and this is like such a specific deep cut, but you know how the two are getting, well, the three of them technically are getting closer to the Earth's core, and it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And I was like, the vibes of this are kind of like heat abnormal, to be quite honest. Not to be back on my Vocaloid face, but you know, when you really think about it, it's kind of like heat abnormal a little bit, isn't it? Hold on, I can look it up. I can just to post it in chat if you've never heard it. But Adachi Rei is like a voice bank. It's like in the general sphere of like Hatsune Miku and different things of that nature. But it's like she's like a voice bank essentially created with the intent that it's going to be made entirely from computer sounds. So there's no human like interaction at all within it, essentially. Basically is the idea premise behind it. I think Adachi Rei counts as a and it's Utaloid? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Don't ask me the specifics, but I think that's the idea behind it. And it's really, really good. Hold on. Let me post it. But that's like the feeling that I was getting. There you go. That was the feeling that I was getting like as they were getting further and further into the moon's core. And then like hearing that now that it's like it ends with kind of a very similar vibe to it, where it's like Daisy Bell is like a super primitive song, right? So it's very cool. It's kind of nice, kind of neat. It seems like the song Daisy Bell is from Harry Dresse in 1892. They made the computer sing it in 1961. Okay, that's more reasonable. I was like, this 1892? What were they doing in 1892? Okay, that's a lot more reasonable at the very least. I was like, that's wild. But yeah, very, very similar vibes, right? Where it's like, what's the first song a computer should sing is this one, and then like Adachi Rei is entirely made off of computer sounds and things of that nature. But yes, this was the Moon Looks Beautiful Tonight definitive edition. I wonder if because again, I was talking about like maybe like there's a lot of to me it reads like a lot of because at the end Rose essentially, even though up until that point has been exclusively referred to with she her, kind of sheds their suit and then goes by they them, and it's kind of like a coming out of coming out about like who you are, whether that's being non-binary or trans or whatever the specifics of it is, the situation is. But it's like I'd say that I think that there's a lot of underlyings of the trans experience likely in this game is what I would say. But again, I don't want to speak to things that I don't know about, you know. I don't want to speak to things that's like I could be completely wrong, but it's just like it reads that way to me. And it's like, so I almost wonder if it's if that really is the case. But that said, even though it feels like that is the case, it's like I still got something from playing it, if that makes sense. I really like the my favorite scene in the game, I think by far, is the dress one, the one where Daisy and Rose are talking essentially about the dresses in the field and stuff like that. For some reason it I don't know, like I'm not super, the way that I dress in casual like day to day is not like super girly girl. It's not like particularly masculine. It's not like super girly girl, and it's like the concept of like femininity and like different things of that nature is like, it's like always a concept that I kind of toss around in my brain essentially, you know? So it's like, I don't know, some lines in that one especially are like, they kind of hit deep, even if they were probably meant in a little bit of a different context. So but I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was very lovely. I think that, well, this ended up taking like 5 hours. I was not expecting it to do so. Maybe I would cut out it's like, it's a short game and it's free. It's like, maybe if I were doing any writing edits, what would I do? It's like, I think some of the lines towards the end were getting a little bit redundant, but I think that's about it. Like maybe cut down on like a few lines possibly. If it were me and if I were an editor, which I'm not, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But I think this is lovely, and I kind of want to go recommend it to people. Which I can, because again, it's free. But did I ever finish my thought? I was saying like, oh, like it says like, oh, choices and the skip dialogue and voice dialogue and all these different things, and I was like, what the hell is all this? You know, what the hell is any of this? Especially towards the end, it's just like we didn't make any choices, we didn't do anything. But it's like, no, those are like remnants from Rempy. So it's basically like it's there in the interface, but it has nothing to do with the game itself, actually. It's very much about the decisions between the two, three characters. I'd say all of them. The decisions of all the characters and how they decide to shape their story going forward. So it's like Miku's great grandpa. I wasn't even aware of the whole Daisy Bell thing, like computer thing. I did not know about that at all. It's like I thought the very first voice bank thing, like something like a text to speech singing, was done in, like, I thought the 1990s, but I must be wrong. I must be wrong about that then. But I'm actually gonna share this game with some friends. I think they might like it. Yeah, exactly. It's like this is definitely the game that I would recommend to some friends. Where it's like I think this will, especially like this might resonate with you too. It's like I really wanna share that with them. So thinking about the shift to they them pronouns, that dress scene actually hits a lot harder now. It does. It still hit at the time, but I think it puts it more into that scene into context, which is really important. But again, a lot of this game is very like space. It's kind of floaty. It's kind of words. It's kind of like everything is not so clear, right? It's not set in stone, so it's very fun in that way. Again, I think the art was really, really lovely. I really liked it. The atmosphere is this game's biggest strength. It's this game's biggest strength for sure. Like the vibes are very, very good, but it's followed by a close second, which would be the writing, the prose. Some lines just hit so hard, and it's just like this person, whoever wrote this, really, really likes writing and takes it very seriously, and I can appreciate that artistry. I can appreciate that a lot. All the artistry, but you know, like especially the writing. So, it was difficult. It's been like a difficult reading week in general, but like it was difficult to read this game because it's like I don't think I've ever played a visual novel on stream that's been written in quite the same way that this one has, where it's like it really takes its prose seriously, you know. So basically, it's a kinetic novel, one directional with no decision or alternate endings. Yeah, exactly that. I'd known about Daisy Bell for a while. That's why hearing the melody at the start was tripping me out. I knew it was familiar. I guess that maybe I'd heard this song before at some point. It's like, it doesn't sound familiar to me. It sounds like a freaking carnival theme. I was like, maybe we're in the circus. Maybe we're in the circus. We're in the space circus. But no. It's just a reference to that. I like that. I really like this game. This was very lovely. If I inevitably have any more thoughts, I guess I'll post them in the Discord. Because I feel like this game is best experienced where you just like experience it and then you just let it sit with you. You let it sit with you about the things that you really especially resonated with, and like, oh, this connection here and that connection. There's the very obvious connections, which are like, those were fun with Dr. Rain and Daisy and Violet and Rose. Those are very, very fun. I really like that. But there's like subtle connections, like subtle callbacks, like even the beginning of the game, things of that nature, where it's like I really want to. It's something that sticks with you. So I'm glad that I played this. I'm glad that I played this on stream. I want to play this. I was going to play this off stream, and then I was like, I don't know. I'm having a rough day, and I'm feeling slightly chatty. I don't know. I'll do this, and I'm glad that I played it on stream. I feel like, because like stream input as well has been very nice about this. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Doggo is doing well. Doggo is finally asleep. I was worried about her. She's been feeling a little sick, but she's doing fine. So. But yes, let me go ahead and look for somebody to raid before ads start. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Ah, shoot. No, I don't want to hear me. All right. Let's see. Adia, best girl? All right, sure. I believe you, Comet. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Comet, who is currently playing Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster Remake to 365 over 2 day, whatever. I can't see it. It cuts off. All right, is that going through? Yeah, it went through. All right, let's go say hello. Let me go over to ending screen. Oh, and before we raid, actually, I should shoot. I didn't take note of it. How do I hold on. I should post a link to the actual game. I'm so sorry. The moon... Hold on. I can... If I can find it. If I can find it. If I can find it. Hold on. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Definitive edition. Steam. Here we go. Yippee. Before raid. All right. Thank you everyone for joining. I really appreciate it. Here's that's not the link. All right. Well, you have the name of the game. You can go look it up. I'm so sorry. I'll try and post it on YouTube for the VOD afterwards at the very least. But have a wonderful rest of your night, everyone. Bye bye. Thank you so much for joining. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.